No one heard. I have us muted. That's okay. You're going.
You want to say it all again? No. Hey, everybody. So we are starting with orange today. Orange prana. And so orange has to do with elimination. Elimination, like when you have a bowel movement or you urinate, the body generates some orange prana to make that expel out of the body. When you have like lung issues or sinus issues or, you know, things going on in the body where you got to get rid of like mucus and things like that, orange is generated in the body, hopefully. And it thins the mucus down and then breaks it out, right? And so one of the other things that orange also does is it stimulates detoxification or lymphatic function. It's not the only color that is involved with lymphatic function, but it definitely stimulates the movement of lymph and the elimination of the toxins and detoxifying the organs, even detoxifying the skin. And so orange, you know how green we talked about yesterday has like a breaking down effect, like, you know, you're breaking down thick, heavy, sticky energy. You're breaking it down, you're breaking it down. It's helping energy move in the body. So it's cleansing by its nature, right? Orange is cleansing by its nature, but it doesn't break things down like green does. Orange is like sticking a firecracker in something and going, clear. You know, it breaks things up. And so, you know, when we talk about like past conditioning, for example, you know, a lot of that is energy that has impacted us, that has maybe penetrated our system. And sometimes these energies become like what you would call like calcified or like physicalized. They become very dense. And so even when you do normal purifications, a lot of times the calcified energies really don't break up. You know, you do some cleansing and you just kind of polish up the calcified energies. You don't really break it down. And so just like green, the antidote for heavy, thick, sticky energy is green. The antidote for calcified energies is orange. So you could say that it expels out lower vibrational energy, negative energies, calcified energies from the system, especially the lower centers. You know, orange is really more active down like below the diaphragm. You know, there's still some activity up a little bit high, but it's more like the arms, the legs, and below the diaphragm and areas like that. Still in circulation somewhat, like with the heart, the physical heart, but mostly in the lower areas, right? Now, the thing that's interesting about orange is because it has an impact on the calcified energies and it has that firecracker effect, right? It's always like kind of expelling. And in a way, you could say orange has like a protective quality to it. And because of its nature and how it breaks things up and expels things out, it keeps out projections from other people probably better than most of the colored pranas, right? And so to the point where if there's an excessive amount of orange in the field, you could almost recognize it because the person doesn't listen very much. Like they don't even let good things in, right? So there can be like a negative version of it. That doesn't happen a lot. That's usually tied to some psychological functions and things like that. But if you're in situations where you know there's going to be a lot of things projected at you, there's going to be a lot of negativity, or you're you know how like you have to, you know, you're going into a meeting where it's going to be ugly, you know, or you're going to have a conversation where you know it's ugh. You know, there's different ways of handling it. You know, if it's with a loved one, you know, you maybe do something where you activate the heart, or you put like some violet in the field so that everything's just soft and gentle. But if you're dealing with that obnoxious person at work, you don't need to be that soft. You know, you don't have to be mean, but you can just flush that stuff out. And using orange prior can amplify your ability to stay grounded, be able to express yourself, process information, because you're not getting overwhelmed by somebody else's like emotional energy. Because if you look at conflicts, it's usually not a big exchange of facts. You know, if you watch, like if you stood back and watched two people argue or like have a little bit of a conflict, it's very illuminating. There's not a lot of mental activity, it's a lot of emotional activity, you know. So if you watch somebody have an argument, the first person goes, what about the cup? What about the cup? You know, there's no information there. You can feel the emotional jab, right? And whatever you say to that person, they're not going to listen, right? Because they're not mental, they're emotional. So when two people are being super emotional, the conflict is not going to be resolved. The best thing you can do is let the matter pass. And when everything calms down, then you can have a mental conversation, right? But if you're trying to keep your mental faculties in that situation, orange can be very helpful because it keeps out that emotional jab. You know, I think I've talked about this several times. Hey, nice hat, by the way. So talked about this several times, I think in like some of the Uncle Bob classes and some of the protection classes. So we go back to that situation, you know, and I'm using a cup because it's usually like that level of information. What about the cup? And so then the other person goes, well, and they start explaining the cup and why the cup and the kind of cup and why they use the cup, when really all they've done is take a poke at you. They haven't really presented you with much information. And so like when I was doing a lot of corporate work or something, you know, this was a very common theme where conflicts would happen, people would be emotional. And so I had this rule of thumb when I would consult for people. It's like, okay, in the conflict and somebody takes a poke like that, three times in a row, you say some version of, I don't understand, right? Because they'll go, what about the cup? And then you go, I don't understand what you're talking about. And then they'll go, and then they give you more information, right? They go, well, you used the cup and you didn't put it back and you didn't wash it. And that's my cup. That's not your cup, you know, and they just go on. And you'll go, wait, what? And then they do it again, right? And they say even more information because they want you to get it, right? And then my personal favorite, explain it to me like I'm 5. Because then they get nice and condescending, right? And then they really lay it out. And then you can go, no. Because when they take the poke, right? When they take the poke, our tendency is to try to resolve the conflict. So we kind of take on the thing that they said, whether that it's right or wrong or ridiculous or not, we take it on and try to explain it away. So the argument becomes what they wanted, right? So when you say, I don't understand, I don't understand. Explain to me like I'm 5. I still don't understand. After 3 times, they've depleted the emotional energy and they're explaining things. They're talking about details. They've become mental, right? You've shifted them literally from being emotional to mental, and then you can have a conversation. I don't agree with you. You don't have all the facts, whatever it is. And so to do that in the middle of the conflict, for one, you have to be not upset and you have to be a little bit willful, right? But what happens if you're not willful, or you're a little bit agitated where you could get upset really easily? Your best defense is orange, because orange like insulates you from what's being projected at you. So when they take the poke and they go, "What about the cup?" You're like, what about the cup? Because that poke didn't hit the solar plexus. It didn't hit the emotional body. It didn't hit and trigger an instinctive response, right? Orange keeps out other people's emotional energy. So when you're in situations where you're like, "Oh, you could cut the stress in this room with a knife," whatever it is, orange insulates you from all of that. And in a positive way, like say you're in charge of a group, right? Say, we're sitting here and we're like, okay, we've had a talk. Now let's put all the chairs at the edge of the room, and we're going to stand in the middle and sing happy birthday to somebody, or whatever it is. We're going to do something. We're going to make paper airplanes. And so we go, okay, so everybody put the chairs at the edge of the room, like all up against the wall. If you watch the group dynamic, everybody kind of looks at each other as like, who's going to be first? Right? Like it's just a few seconds, but everybody looks around, and then somebody goes and grabs a chair and starts to walk it to the wall, and then everybody else goes, oh yeah, okay, that's what we're doing, right? But right off the bat, everybody kind of waits for somebody else to be the first one, right? So if you're working in a group dynamic, sometimes when you're trying to get a project done, that's part of the issue, right? And so orange in a positive way, okay, so for one, it keeps out energy from other people, like negative emotions, right? But it stirs enthusiasm in the people around you, right? So if somebody has like a healthy amount of orange, right, and you go, okay, let's put all the chairs up against the wall, we're going to stand in the middle and sing Kumbaya, right? Everybody kind of stands around and looks like, okay, who's going first? The person with a lot of orange grabs the chair and goes, where do I go? Like, they don't even really think about it. They just take action, right? So think about, like, sometimes we have like a little procrastination. Sometimes we have a little issue of getting started or getting motivated to take the first step. Once you get going, you're fine. It's just that first, like, I gotta get it started. I'm not quite sure what it is, right? Part of that is lacking orange, right? Because if you have orange, you get going. Like I don't know that this is good, but I used to get in the car when I lived in Southern California. I'd get in the car and I'd start driving, and then I'd go, wait, where am I going? Because there's all these freeways and everything, but like just the motivation to like get up and get going. But I hadn't thought out like, okay, I got to take this freeway, I got to take that freeway, like, because there's a whole network of freeways that you got to jump on, right? And so if you have a hard time getting things done, orange can actually be helpful. Like you would think that like, oh, it could be a little bit depleting. Yes, it is expelling, but it makes energy move, right? It makes energy move. If you think of like the Buddhist monks, like in the, like the Dalai Lama and all that, they wear like kind of a crimson red robe, and then they have like a yellowy kind of orange robe, like, so it's those two colors, right? That saffron color, that orange color, is to generate movement. Like when they're sitting doing their practice, it's not just like om, 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 it's om, but outside, they want movement of doing activities and things like this, but also they're looking for internal movement, right? So the orange really helps to stimulate movement, right? So even some of the really uh, fancy malas and things like this that get used, they have kind of like an orangish prana to them. Like if you see, like in the Tibetan tradition, they really like carnelian, right? Carnelian, that stone carnelian, it's because it's an orange prana, right? So they have it all over, but it's to stimulate movement, and it's also for its protective qualities. Carnelian's not the only stone that's protective, but it's just what the Tibetans use, Tibetans and the people from Nepal. And so a lot of times we just think of, well, I don't know if we all think about it like this, but you think of orange as being like it eliminates like fluids from the body. So it has like a diuretic effect physically, but it can loosen up old stagnant energy. It can loosen up calcified energy. It generates movement. So if you have a hard time, like you're good at doing something, but you just have a hard time getting started, there's probably a little bit of a lack of orange energy in the body, right? Like even constipation is part of it is lack of orange energy in the body. If you're having urinary issues where like, oh God, I just, it takes me so long to pee or whatever. Like, I know this is too much information, but still, like your ability to urinate and have a good, healthy flow is tied to orange prana, right? And so the idea of utilizing orange just for physical things is good, but there is substantial psychological things and like action oriented things that orange is super good for that you wouldn't think of, right? And so, say you're good at getting things done, but you have this project and you feel like, I'm a little overwhelmed. And sometimes you just need to start taking a couple steps. Especially when we're being a little mental about something, we think like, I don't know what to do. And unconsciously what it is, like, I don't know what to do. And I don't want to waste my time or energy or make a wrong decision or take a wrong step. Where really, when we're talking about intuition and movement, you start taking action and you go, oh, I'm doing it wrong. Adjustment. Okay, now I'm doing it right. Right. Because the intellect really has to think things out and be strategic and have a plan, and then wants to make sure that the plan is going to work. Intuition is flying by the seat of its pants. Like, okay, let's just get this done. How's it going to happen? I don't know. Let's just start doing it, right? And then it just figures things out, right? Depending on the application, it's not that you want one or the other, you want a combination of the two, right? You want to start engaging the intuitive components. And then when intuition kind of figures things out, the intellect goes, oh, I get this. I can do this. I can form a strategy. I have the information. Now I can do it. But if the intuition isn't involved at first, the intellect comes up with an idea and then applies it, and it usually is not very accurate, right? And then so you either have to make an adjustment or a few adjustments, or you get forceful or whatever it is. So that ability to like engage and then adjust is more the intuitive component. And then eventually the intellect comes in and goes, I can do this, I can maintain this, I can even make it better, right? Usually what we have a problem with is the intuitive part, the movement part, right? Once we engage that, intellect will kick in. Like it totally will kick in. But we got to initiate that first movement. And out of all the different colors, orange initiates that movement. Like it helps you to overcome obstacles. It helps you to push through something. It helps to motivate you. It helps to be enthusiastic about something. It helps to loosen things up so that you take action, or maybe are a little bit more expressive about something. where, all the other colors, they're great. They all have their thing. But orange, you know, I think about it for even like the things that like my personal applications. I always think like when I sit and really think about orange, I underutilize orange, like the blend orange or the colors or the properties, whatever it is. Like I underestimate it sometimes. And the direct part I get, keeping up people's thought forms I get, but it's that initial movement of something when you're just holding back on something, right? You're holding back on taking action on something maybe you don't want to do, or you're overwhelmed. Part of the way to cut through being overwhelmed is to use orange just to start taking some action. Yeah, maybe you'll have to adjust. You might not get it right. I've shared this story that I had with Master Choa. Him and I were walking somewhere. We were walking outside or something, and he said, it was when I was teaching. So he was like, "How's the classes going?" I was like, "Ah, they're okay." And he's looking at me like, I'm supposed to be bragging to the teacher. And I was like, eh. And I was kind of contemplative in the moment, and I said to him, I go, it's really frustrating because whenever I go to a new area or start something new, I usually don't do it right off the bat. I'm wrong for a little while, and I just like I it takes me a while to get my feet under me. And he went, "Oh, very good, very good." And I thought about it for a second. I was like, that was a weird response. I must have not expressed myself well. So I said it again, like, no, like when I get started, like I have this idea and I start doing it, and like I'm so off the mark. I have to make all these adjustments because I'm not perceiving it well. And when I apply myself, I'm not doing it very good. It takes me a while. Like it takes me a few times or a few months or something. And he went, "Oh, very good, very good." I'm like, I am not getting my point across. And so I really went into details. I gave specific situations. I was like, I don't do it well. Like I'm wrong for a while before I start pulling it together, and then it starts to get right little by little. And he went, "Oh, very good, very good." And I was just like, I had exhausted it. Like I didn't know what to say. And he goes, the first rule in business is your first three looks at something are always wrong. Like you just assume they're wrong. And he said, most people, when they make mistakes or they don't do well at something, they assume that they're right. And when it doesn't work, he goes, they get more forceful or more aggressive about it. They don't adjust. When you acknowledge that the first three things are not right, you're cultivating your ability to adjust in the situation, and you keep refining it, and so it keeps getting better and better. And he goes, that you're not going to do it right at first, and you still did it anyway. And so I was like, I did not have that perspective. And so he stood there and he looked at me for a second, and then he kind of leaned in and he went, "So like I said, very good." But that was like a game changer, because like every time I wouldn't do it right, it was always like, what is it in me that can't do it right off the bat? Like, what is it in me that like I do things wrong? What is it in me? When it's just a natural phenomenon. It's not that there's something wrong with me. It's that I just didn't have that perspective, right? And so that ability to push through those first few things of like, I'm probably not going to do it right off the bat, I'll just keep refining it. That is tied to orange. Is where I'm going with this. Like your ability to go, okay, I'm just going to start some movement and I'll refine it, and then after a while the intellect goes, I'm kind of getting this. Because remember what I said yesterday, your ability to learn something new is more intuition, it's not intellect, right? So you have to have that intuitive experience before intellect is being utilized properly, right? Like it has to have that experience before it goes, I get it. This I can do. This I can maintain. I have ideas. I can form a strategy, right? So it has that past experience, but without that movement, you don't really get that experience, right? And orange is tied to that movement, right? It's tied to being able to take those first steps and then go, yeah, I kind of nailed it, or I didn't, or I made a mistake, but I'm adjusting, I'm adapting, I'm kind of learning. You know, you kind of, you know, that saying, like they say in psychology sometimes, fake it till you make it, right? You're kind of going through the steps and you're engaged in the intuitive processes and you're learning what's happening until you kind of understand it, right? But if you don't have the experience, there's not going to be any understanding. And so that idea, fake it till you make it, you're generating the experiences that then you can process. It's not about being right or wrong. You need material to say, ah, I did this right, I did this wrong, I like this, I don't like that. Right? You need to have all those experiences. Orange is tied to being able to take those steps to generate that information that then the intellect goes, now I have the good building material that I can maintain this, I can synthesize something, I can come up with a strategy, you know, good building material, you know. And so orange is very interesting in that way. Very, very interesting. So with that, we're still following the processes that we did yesterday. So you have your mugwort and your stagnation and your Mingmen blend, but now pull out your blend for orange, the orange healer. And it's what's that? Mhm. Oh. Yeah, yeah. And you're pulling out your orange healer, and it's a 5 ml bottle. It's one of the bigger bottles. Okay, and remember how we started yesterday with a mugwort rollerball? You're going to go through, if you want, and dab it on your joints of your arms and legs, and then also on your navel and an inch and a half below your navel. What's that? Mugwort.
Exactly.
Mugwort.
Oh.
So go ahead and get out all of those oils.
Yeah, I was just telling you to get them all out. Sorry.
Right now, we're putting mugwort on our joints.
Yeah, mugwort on your joints. That's why you said that.
Right, yesterday you said we could use Artemisia instead of the
Mhm.
mugwort.
Yeah. It's they're the same. It's just mugwort's from Morocco and Artemisia is mugwort, but from Nepal. Yeah, so they actually smell a bit different.
They do, I like that.
Yeah,
Artemisia,
yeah,
so much more
yeah.
this-
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting how different regions, you know, it's the same plant, but it produces such a different, you know, scent and sometimes even different properties. But here it's just different scents. Yeah. Mhm. Okay, so I think we're pretty close to covering all those areas. after you've got that all done, just kind of sit with your eyes closed and just kind of experience that a little bit. And now with the mugwort, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the armpits. And then your awareness is on the elbows. And the wrists. Your awareness is on your wrists. Then the palms of your hands. And taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with the awareness on the palms of your hands. In your hips. Your awareness is on your hips. The knees, the back of your knees. The ankles. The soles of your feet. And then your navel. An inch and a half below your navel. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Before we put the mugwort down, let's go to one of your areas that's a compromised area. like your back, your hip, your, whatever you got going on, shoulder. Your awareness is on your spot, and then take some long, slow, deep breaths with the mugwort. And then just pause for a moment. Either go back to that same spot, or if you have a different area or a different spot, try the different spot. So either the same spot or one of your other compromised areas. Take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just sit there and let it incubate there for a minute. Now you're gonna pull out your stagnation blend. And begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your temples. Your temples. And then move your awareness to your jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the jaws. And then the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just be still. You're going to pull out your orange healer. And first, you're going to practice body awareness. So, where do you feel something in your body? Whatever jumps out at you first. An ache, a pain, a heaviness, a tightness, an agitation. Sit and observe it. Just be present with it. Now begin inhaling the orange healer. You're still practicing body awareness. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Just pause. Just let that incubate. Now I'll go to something external, some difficult situation, be it from the past or something that's active right now. Your awareness is on it as you take long, slow, deep breaths with the orange healer. And then pause. Back to the body awareness. Where do you feel it in your body? If you don't really feel anything in the body, go to one of your weak spots, one of the areas that's compromised. Even though you might not be feeling it, it'll come back around at some point. You might as well tackle it now. You know what I mean? So you're inhaling with your awareness on your body. And then just pause and let go. Just check in with yourself. How's everything feeling? Like your emotions and your mind? You wouldn't think of orange as being like a psychological or emotional healer, but it feels pretty good, doesn't it? You can use it to flush stress out of the body, all kinds of things. So let's stick the bottle to our chest and do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Remember, head down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. Okay, one more time. Bottle to the chest, chin down. And then when you're done, just be still. Your eyes are closed, you're just being still. I'm curious, as you're sitting there being still, and you think of like maybe an active situation where there's a little bit of negativity or conflict or something, what do you notice? Like, there's a situation, but you're like, how like you're like, oh, as soon as you tap into that situation, you feel something like, or you might even get a little worked up, and now you're just like, interesting. You're not really, it's almost like you're a scientist in a white coat with a clipboard going, fascinating. Oh, yeah, yeah, oh, yeah, oh. Because it's just when there's a conflict, there's a back and forth between emotions. You know what I mean? There's a energy body where it's just going back and forth. When you put orange on there, it's like you take yourself out of that back and forth, that it's just the person going, and you're just like, oh, interesting, very interesting. You don't have the back and forth anymore. Right. So this could be a thing that you use in situations where you might have a little something going on, or you get a little agitated, or you feel a little triggered. You know, part of the triggering is not just you, it's also the interaction with the external, right? So you're basically kind of isolating something, so there's not the back and forth, so that you can process, not react, whatever it is, right? So let's just ice the cake a little bit with this. So pull out the blend for Ming Men. And wherever you feel something in the body, put your awareness there and inhale with the blend for the Ming Men. And then go to the low back, the back side of the navel, the Ming Men. And then just be still. Now, in your kit is a little tonic that is marked Mingmen Body Tonic. And you can use this after any of the processes. Yesterday we used which one do we have in there? Violet? Violet. And so here you could put it on a body part that has an issue, it's just to energetically raise the vibration of the area. Right? And so you can put it on your feet, you can put it on your whole body, wherever you want. So if you want, shake it up right now and rub it on, your low back or your feet or your shoulder or whatever you got going on. Oh, good, yeah. Yeah. What's that? Yeah, you can shower. Yeah. Yeah, rub it on your joints, wherever you want. Oh, sure. Yeah. So the Mingmen blend ingredients are fir balsam, Litsea cubeba, frankincense serrata, Palo Santo, wintergreen, and thuja. Thuja is kind of like a cedar. Like it's not cedar, but it's kind of like a cedar. Yeah.
Okay. And I put it on my face, around my eye socket and ajna.
Don't put it on your face or around your eyes. Yeah. So let's go ahead and take a break. We'll come back at 35 after. Okay, everybody, let's come on back. So now we're on the top of page 12. And we're dealing with red energy. Red energy. So this is strengthening and fortifying to the body. It helps with circulation. It helps with energy movement. It helps to reduce fatigue. It increases stamina. It's good for the muscles. Like if you have like cramps and things in the muscles, it could be lack of magnesium or lack of calcium, or it could be lack of red energy or red prana. So the red dilates vessels. It activates the centers, especially the lower centers. It makes energy more fluid. It accelerates the healing processes in the body. And if you look at it from a psychological point of view, it would be tied to activity, like dynamic activity. Like blue is calm and soothing, and red's not necessarily agitating, but red means movement. You know, red means taking action. You know, there's when we draw up energy from the earth, the body breaks it down and converts it into red. But when divine energy comes in, it comes in as a brilliant white with like either violet or green or a little blue on the periphery. And then it eventually physicalizes and turns to gold, right? And gold is a less fluid form of spiritual energy. It's more physicalized. After the gold is in your body for a little while, it actually converts to red, like to strengthen the body. You know, so divine energy eventually will turn into a kind of red energy or red prana. You know, it doesn't do it like super quick, but it does it over a period of a little bit of time. So it's very fortifying to the body. It's very strengthening to the body. And going back to the procrastination, red is anti-procrastination, you know.
Here, here.
Yeah, no joke. You know, the thing is like red will stimulate all the processes of the body, right? All the processes of the body. And so sometimes when you're chasing a symptom around, you know, it's like, oh, I've got this going on, I got that going on, and something's not responding. Sometimes it's because the processes of the body have become sluggish, right? So the thing that can make the body's processes sluggish is stress. Stress is two things. Stress is the great exaggerator. Whatever problem you have in your body, you sprinkle a little stress on it and it becomes exaggerated, right? Your shoulder hurts, you get a little bit of stress in your body, your shoulder really hurts. Your back hurts, you get a little stress in the body, your back really hurts, right? You're annoyed with a person, you get a little stress, you're really annoyed with that person, right? It's the great exaggerator. And then the other thing is it shuts down body's processes. You know, so sometimes what procrastination is a body that has been stress plagued or emotions that have been stress plagued. You know, like a good example of system that will not function well because of being stress plagued is the digestive tract. A lot of issues in the digestive tract are really because the nerves aren't innervating the organs like they should, and it's usually just because of stress. You know, it could be mechanical stress, like posture, like if your right hip is elevated even by like a couple of inches, it puts pressure on the liver and the liver doesn't function as well. I mean, bottom line, that happens, right? And so you can have tension in your gut or something like that, where diaphragm's another good example. If you have a lot of tension in your diaphragm, it makes the digestive tract not function as well. It also makes the lymphatic system not function as well because it's pinching off lymphatic vessels, right? And so the idea sometimes with healing with plants, be it in herbal medicine or with medical aromatherapy, is when there's just a lot of weird things going on with the person or something's not responding, you use something that's like a body stimulant to jumpstart all the body's processes, right? So in medical aromatherapy, you have either cinnamon, right? You can use thyme sometimes, or peppermint. You know, types of mint will act as a stimulant, like a full body stimulant. And when I say stimulant, it's not like caffeine where you're getting all jacked up on caffeine. Stimulant in plant medicine means you're stimulating proper function of the organs or of the systems, right? So stimulant is not how we think of like coffee or you know, having a couple shots of espresso or, you know, something like that. It just stimulates all the body's processes. And in herbal medicine, it's like when you use cayenne pepper. Cayenne pepper jumpstarts all the body systems. Like, so things that are usually hot, oregano jumpstarts all the body's processes. You know, things that are hot, savory jumpstarts all the body's processes. So things that are of that nature help to stimulate proper function, right? And so sometimes stress shuts down even, like, you know, yes, we might be having emotions, but it doesn't have the emotional, like being able to put in emotional effort, which would start to manifest as procrastination. You know, if you start catching yourself going, I'll do it later, later, right? You when you do that, you know, I talked about this a few weeks ago, is you know, this was a while back, you know, a decade or two ago. But I was noticing that, you know, in the morning, you know, one of my little indulgences would be like the alarm would go off and then I'd hit the snooze button. Oh, that 7 minutes or 8 minutes, whatever. Oh, it's like a vacation. I'm cheating and getting a free 8 minutes for my day, or, you know, whatever it is. You know, some little goofy game that, you know, I play with myself. And you know, so usually I would hit it once or twice and then get up and do my day. And I started noticing that if I hit the snooze button 3 times, I just didn't get anything done that day. And I was like, you know, it's just another 8 minutes. I don't know how that throws my day off. So one day I'm laying in bed, the alarm goes off, and I hit the snooze button, and, you know, I'm thinking this out because I'm laying in bed and I'm having my 8 minutes to myself. And I thought, and I scanned my basic chakra and I was like, interesting. And the alarm went off again. I hit snooze again. Basic got smaller. I was like, that's not good. Then I hit it again. It got a lot smaller. So every time I hit snooze, it kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So, you know, the thing with that is the basic has to do with dynamic activity, and the basic also has to do with one of the areas that generates red prana in the body. And so I was like, that's why if I hit it 3 times, like I don't get anything done, is my basic shrinks. There's lack of red in my body. And I get up and I'm just sluggish all day, right? I'm just sluggish. And so the flip side also works. So one of the ways that I started to undo it is, you know, when I started feeling like I'm starting to procrastinate a little bit, like if there was just little things like, okay, hey, there's a piece of paper on the ground. I'm gonna run over, pick it up, throw it in the garbage. Boom. Oh, trash is full, gonna grab it, take it down to the garbage can. Boom, done. Like, you know, just like those little things. And every time you do that, the basic gets a little bigger, a little bigger, a little bigger. And it's not that big daunting task, right? Like sometimes you have a task like, oh, it's huge, it's overwhelming, I don't know where to start. So we talked about it from the point of view of orange. We talk about it from the point of view of red, is you don't go, okay, I have all these things I need to do. You just start taking little tasks. Like, I know I can do this. I know I can, you know, do this little piece that's going to take 15 minutes, and boom, your basic gets a little bit bigger. And then you do another little thing, basic gets a little bigger. And then pretty soon you're like, let's do this big project. Like, you know, let's have at it. And so, you know, going back to when I was younger and I was doing like consulting, you know, that idea of, if you want to get something done, you give it to somebody who's busy, right? Because they'll schedule, they'll tell you yes, they'll tell you no, but they're used to doing activity. And, you know, being young, I was like, that doesn't make sense. They don't have the time. The person sitting on the couch, they have all the time, but the couch potato has the small basic. So They're like, "Nah, I'm not gonna do it today. They have some marathon of some show that I like. I'm gonna watch that for 2 days. Then I'll do stuff. Then I'll get up and I'll do a lot of things." But there's always an excuse, right? Because the basic is the person who's always doing things, they might rest, but they're used to getting things done. They're used to producing a result. And it's not even that they really have to even think about it. It's just starts being an automatic thing. So the idea of utilizing red, remember, this isn't like projecting red to the body. It's different. Projecting red, you're like, oh, you got to be careful in certain areas. Body processes, even circulation in the brain has like red energy. If you're projecting, you wouldn't want to project red to the head, right? But you want to generate red in the body so that circulation is going all throughout your body. The body's processes are working, the nervous system is working, right? So it's different doing it this way from the inside out. It's very fortifying, it's very strengthening, it increases stamina, it accelerates the healing process, it builds the blood. And it increases like activity, dynamic activity, be it in your body or outside your body. It's very toning to the muscle and connective tissues of your body. In a way, you could say it even oxygenates a lot of the tissues in your body because of its impact on circulation. Anyway. Okay. So we're going to start with the mugwort again. So I said, the things that are general stimulants to the body are like cinnamon and thyme and oregano. Blend is also red healer, like the thing that you have in your kit. So we're going to start with the mugwort process, and then we're going to jumpstart your body. So you have your mugwort. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your arms, your armpits. Long, slow, deep breath with your awareness on your armpits. In your elbows. In your wrists. The palms of your hands. Your awareness is on your palms. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your hips. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your knees. Your awareness is on your knees. Ankles. Your awareness is on your ankles. The soles of your feet. Your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. An inch and a half below your navel. And then just be still. Okay, you're gonna pull out your stagnation. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the temples. Yes, you're feeling better. Then the jaws, your awareness is on your jaws. And then the brain, your awareness is on the brain. And just be still. Now, with the red healer, it's a little like it's got things in it, like so it's got a little bit of cinnamon in it, and it could potentially is a little bit hot. You don't want to put it directly on the skin, right? So you can inhale it from the bottle, or in this class, we did a thing where we gave you a little kit like this. And so in that, there's all these like little like bottles if you want to make little blends or a little spray bottle or something. But there is these things. And it's just a thing that you can put a couple drops of essential oil and then smell it without having to put it on your skin. You can smell it from the bottle, or you can do this. Right? So there's a way to make a roller ball. This thing pops the lids off, like you can use it to pop the lids off the different oil bottles. Yeah. This you can make little inhalers for, like, you put little drops of oil on a little thing on the inside, like here. Uh, So with the inhaler, you can take something like this is inside the inhaler. You put oil on this, then you drop it inside, and then you put the little cap on it, and then you can unwind it. And it's like those little Vicks inhaler things. And so it's another way of, I don't know, just those little fun things to play with when you're playing with your oils. You can make, this is a little like travel spray bottle. And can I see like a 5 ml bottle? So these are called pipettes. So like if you wanted to take oil out of the bottles and then do drops to measure, and the thing fits right in top of the, so you don't even have to take the lid off. You can just lean it to the side and then put it where you want to, and then don't put it back in fast. Go real slow, because otherwise it'll squirt back out at you. But little things to play with. Some empty bottles for you to, if you want to make a blend or make a little travel thing or something. So again, don't put the red healer directly on the skin. I mean, if you do, it's a little bit irritating to the skin. It won't cause a big, huge problem, but it is a little bit irritating. So inhale it from the bottle or use one of the little fragrance strips. And so with that, your awareness is on your body. You find a spot. And then start taking some long, slow, deep breaths with red healer. And then pause. Now, external situation. Think of a situation where you would like to have a little bit more activity. You have a project, you want some dynamic thing to happen. You're trying to materialize the goal. You're trying to get something done. You're trying to get something moving. Right? Think of the situation and then inhale as you think of the situation. And then pause. And again, where do you feel it in your body? Wherever you feel it, begin inhaling. And then just pause. How do you feel? Good. Here's the interesting thing. You would think red's like, oh, it's so stimulating. It's actually very relaxing, but you're awake and aware all at the same time. You know, you feel like, oh, pretty chill. But if you gave me a task, I'd jump up and do it. You know what I mean? But I can sit here and be chill as well. So it's not like, you know, when you get caffeine in, you're like, I'll do laps while I'm thinking of something, you know. I remember the very first time there's a little funny side story that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but very first time I had espresso, I had 4 shots. Because I thought it's not very much. Why do they give you so little? So I drank 4 shots. And then I was standing there with a friend and we were going into work, you know, I was very young. And uh I go, yeah, you know, that espresso, it has no effect on me whatsoever. They don't give you very much and it has no effect. And I went into work and I was doing laps around the work. I was just like, and then I would stop every once in a while and go, that espresso has absolutely no effect on me whatsoever. And then I was like, maybe it has a little bit of an effect. Like I haven't stopped doing laps. Wasn't really doing anything. I was just doing laps around the, like just looking around, walking, like, okay, I gotta do that, gotta do that, gotta do that. Yeah. So the point being that the red doesn't necessarily do that. It's jump starting your body. But if you had to take action, you know how like sometimes when somebody comes up and goes, hey, you know, something's going on outside, and you're like, I got to know all the information before I get out of this chair. Like I need to know every detail. When you got a lot of red going on, you just jump up and you go, oh, let's go see what's going on, you know. But you know, when the body's a little tired, a little fatigued, it's like I need all the details, and then I'll make the decision. Maybe I get up, maybe I don't. You know, red is anti. I'm going to stay in the chair. So with that, let's do the materialization breath. So hold it up to your chest and do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And then just be still. And then again, bottle to your chest or your little fragrance strip, 8 or 9 materialization breaths. And just be still. Like just experience red for a moment. Just see what it feels like. Pull out your blend for the Ming Men. And again, body awareness. Where do you feel something? Or you can go to one of your spots. And long, slow, deep breath. And then shift to your low back, the backside of your navel. And then just be still. Feels nice, huh? You could say the red healer is a good tonic for the body. You know, it's very toning, it's very fortifying. So you could use it for prevention, you know. And the oils in it are strengthening to the lower centers, which like things like arthritis and things like that, all those centers are depleted. But it's very good for soft tissue, connective tissue, good for the brain, good for lung function. I mean, it works for so many things. And you know, it still has some antiviral, antibacterial properties to it. Very good for, like, cinnamon is very good for the digestive tract. And it does have a decent amount of cinnamon in it. So anyway, we're gonna break for lunch, but maybe before we'll do some shares. You can share your experience or ask questions, unmute yourself or type in, or you guys just flag me down or yeah.
Would you ever take red healer and do it?
I would just use it at either inhalation or like you can apply it topically, but like in a massage oil or like a tonic, you know, with alcohol or witch hazel, you know, something you can apply it topically to the body. It's very good for like if you're to get a massage, using it for massage because it's very good. It's very strengthening and cleansing to the muscles and the connective tissue.
And the skin, like.
Yeah. Very stimulating to the skin and the skin's processes and yeah.
And go ahead, Barbara, then Laura.
Hey, Miss Barbara.
Hey there.
Mhm.
I know they've been in deep rehab for months now, but the first time we did the materialization breath, I felt it in my temples. I'm like, why are my temples feeling the pressure to take dynamic activity? But the second time we went through it, it was like the basic has reported for duty. It was really nice.
There you go. Yeah, good.
And then go ahead, Laura, then Teresa.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. So I guess I'm kind of asking the question with an assumption. Would this be good for lowering cortisol levels? Or,
Potentially, yeah. You know what I've used to treat the lowering of cortisol is vetiver. Vetiver, like the salt bath or a body tonic. And vetiver still stimulates circulation and has a toning effect, but it also is very calming to like the adrenals and things. The interesting thing about like the kidneys, you know, and the adrenals sit right on top of the kidneys. A lot of times to like relax the kidneys, you actually don't put blue, you know, you wouldn't use blue, you would use actually like red, because the increase of circulation actually calms down the kidney function. And so I'll have to experiment with that. The more that I think about it, the more I'm thinking it might do that. But I don't have a reference. It would just be a guess on my part. Vetiver is what I've used, but I could try playing with the red healer and see if it does that.
so if I try it, would you be doing it a couple of times a day?
Oh, just probably once a day. Yeah, like inhale it. You could do it as a body tonic, you know, put it on the body, or you could inhale it. And for something like that, you could just inhale it while you go through the whole body, you know, like kind of part by part, or you could just do the kidneys. And you just put your awareness on the kidneys and inhale the red healer that way.
So could this potentially, if I'm doing this, help with metabolism?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Because even just cinnamon by itself will stimulate metabolism, and it will stimulate the movement of smooth muscle through the digestive tract. So it will make you assimilate more and digest more, and then eventually, move it through faster.
So I'm assuming there's something in there that you would not want to take internally.
Let me go through and look. No, you could take it internally if you wanted. I've never really did that much that way before, but it's cinnamon, black pepper, a couple of different forms of thyme, clove, and rosemary verbena.
Okay. So
Yeah.
this is something that could, with arthritis and with knee issues and stuff, with all those issues, that could really benefit me.
Yeah. So for that, you'd want to use it as a body tonic, or you would want to inhale it on the lower centers, like your navel, spleen, sex, basic. And you wouldn't think of doing it on the Ming Men just because, the Ming Men shoots energy up, but the Ming Men would distribute the red throughout the whole body. It's a way to like invigorate the body very quickly. I wouldn't do it excessively, but you could do a little bit on the Ming Men as well.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like I said, it's very strengthening. And that's the thing with anything that's soft tissue or connective tissue, except for like really bad inflammatory conditions. A lot of times the lower centers are very depleted, like very, very depleted. And so the more you strengthen those lower centers, the body becomes stronger, and the arthritic conditions diminish or slow in their process, in their progression. I'd say the couple exceptions would be psoriatic arthritis, and maybe some forms of rheumatoid arthritis. I would say with rheumatoid arthritis, I would just still, even the joint relief has like a lot of rosemary and stuff in it. That's usually what I use on the hands and the feet for rheumatoid arthritis. But you could still inhale it on the lower centers, but not necessarily on the hands, on like location. Where you take something like osteoarthritis, which is usually a weight-bearing joint. So it's usually hips, knees, and sometimes the spine. That is lacking circulation in the joints. And so that's why the cartilage is breaking down. Is usually there's like spasms and things that don't allow for blood to get into the joint, and the cartilage starts breaking down because the cartilage doesn't have its own blood supply. So it borrows blood from the surrounding tissues. So if there's spasms in an area, blood's not getting in there like it should. It doesn't have as much that it can borrow. Like if I take my finger and I pinch it like this, and I go, okay, I'm just going to hold this for a little bit. So I'm starting to impact that joint. Within 2 hours of me pinching my finger like this, that joint starts to become pre-arthritic. Like that's how much spasms around a joint can actually impact like an arthritic condition, or make a joint predisposed. So you take, like, say you're walking down the street one day and somebody bumps into you and your back goes into a little bit of spasm. If that doesn't get addressed, that area of the back can start to be predisposed to arthritis that usually won't manifest for like probably a decade. But because those spasms are there and don't go away, it eventually becomes pre-arthritic and then eventually becomes arthritic. And so anytime you have like wear and tear on cartilage, again, weight-bearing joints, reducing spasms and increasing blood flow to the area is always the goal, And so, sometimes there's variations, there can be inflammation, there can be fluid retention, things like that, especially around the knees. So you still might need to do anti-inflammatory things, but increasing blood flow, or here we're talking about red, you're using a red energy, increasing red, because even joint relief is increasing red in the joint. It's increasing blood flow to the joints. usually reduces the arthritic symptoms. You slow it down. A lot of times you can even stop the progression. You might not be able, because cartilage doesn't regenerate because again, it doesn't have its own blood supply. But you can stop the progression of the arthritic condition.
Got it. One
Yeah.
more
Sure.
One more quick question. Being in Kentucky, during COVID, all the bourbon distilleries started making hand sanitizer. And the hand sanitizer is basically, I found a box of it last night. It's
Uh-huh.
basically alcohol.
Right.
And in some of them, they've put vitamin E and aloe. But
Uh-huh.
that should be good to make.
Yep.
Okay, good, because I've
Because
got
even
some.
vitamin E is a red prana.
Vitamin E is a red prana.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah. The alcohol is more like a green, like more of a cleansing. Aloes is a little bit more soothing. It's like kind of a bluish violet. But the alcohol, the hand sanitizer is it's, you look at it from an energetic point of view. It has its physical properties, but it's green, so it's cleansing. So it breaks down bacteria, viruses, things like that. If you look at it from an energetic point of view. Yeah. That was smart of them to do, all the bourbon places.
Yeah, they send out just millions and millions of barrels of stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I remember there for a little while, there was a shortage. You couldn't, like, we use rubbing alcohol to clean down like the counters and things where I blend. And we could barely get it there for a little while. Like, usually I would buy gallons of it at a time, and we could only buy like a little bottle, one a day. And it was only like that for maybe 6 months or a year, but yeah, there was definitely a shortage there for a while.
And now it's everywhere around here because
Yeah,
nobody
everywhere.
wants it. So I'm going to
Right.
start picking them up.
Yeah. I mean, you can use it like almost like a body tonic, like just put a little essential oil in it, and 'cause I
Exactly what I'm
think
going to do.
even like they make fun of me at the office because I always call it waterless soap, but what is it? It's just hand sanitizer, right? Yeah. So it's a lot of, if I remember right, it's cetyl alcohol. Like it's just a different kind of alcohol. And so you can still use that as like, a body tonic kind of.
Perfect. Thank you.
And then go ahead, Teresa, then Dan.
Hey, Teresa.
Hey, Greg.
Hey.
All right, kind of tailing off of the question on the Red Healer and ingesting.
Huh?
Like I sense it would be like really strengthening if, if we tail off of the conversation yesterday of the pattern of being depleted and having iron depletion, that this might regenerate or help strengthen everything functioning in a different, like a more fortified way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's very fortifying. Like thyme's very fortifying. It's got 2 different kinds of thyme, clove, black pepper, cinnamon. I mean, rosemary. Yeah, it's got all the greatest hits. Yeah.
Okay. And in my sensing related to like iron, maybe not production, but like the movement of iron through the body, do you think there's any correlation with that?
Hard to say. I mean, you could say, yeah, but it would be a guess on my part, so I don't like to guess. But
Okay.
I mean, you can experiment with it. I mean, it's very fortifying. It jumpstarts everything. If the body's like not, processing, it could. I go back to the thing that we talked about yesterday, where like sometimes it's a small intestine issue,
Yeah.
and I tried using things to stimulate the function of the small intestine, like with, reds and things.
Mhm.
But it's more of regeneration of the nerve. And
Okay.
so, like what we talked about yesterday, I'd still stick to that.
Okay, great. So back to Roman
Yeah.
chamomile, and I take cinnamon
Yeah.
pretty much
Yeah.
every other day, which is great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you remind me in the purging of the elemental process when we do the temples, the jaw, and the brain, what's going on? It's very soothing to me, and I appreciate that.
Oh, it's just areas that tend to accumulate elementals that reinforce or maintain patterns, even if the patterns aren't good for us.
Okay.
So the temples is like a little bit more about behavior. The jaws are tied to just like functions in the body. The jaws are tied to the throat.
Okay.
So it could be tied to lymphatic function, lower mental function. So opinions or
Mhm.
just sticking to what you've been doing, and then what is it? The brain elementals just accumulate in the brain.
Okay. Yeah. Do you
Yeah.
just do
I
that
mean,
as
it's part of what we would call conditioning. Is conditioning is a lot of accumulation in those spots.
yes, yeah. Could you just do that as a standalone?
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And
Another
then
thing that I do sometimes, like I don't do it as much as I probably should, is I have like a big bottle of the spray, stagnation spray, and instead of going through the whole process, I just and call it good. You
oh,
know,
that's
you know.
great. I have a bottle that I don't use enough, and I should just use the
Yeah,
bottle.
yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
And can you touch on your perspective on the metaphysical function of the thyroid?
Metaphysical, like what are you looking for? What are you shooting for? Just like what happens when it's not working, or
Correct. Like what happens if through attachments and projections against your throat, it actually starts suppressing the thyroid function?
yeah. I think it's more complicated than that. Like just the projections and things. I mean, anytime you're looking at glands, you're looking at the glands are like the chakras of the body.
Okay.
Like the chakras are the part of the energy body, but the glands are like basically the same idea, but for the body.
Mhm.
And so the thing with the endocrine system is it's hard to pinpoint and say, this gland does this. I mean, it has its functions,
Mhm.
but the endocrine system, different than all the other systems, it's this balance of communication and interaction, and like there's just so much activity that's going on there. It's hard to say like this does this,
Yeah.
because it's usually a play of this whole dynamic. And so
Okay.
like a lot of times when people will ask about endocrine function, if you think about like in the streams or something, I usually talk about jump starting the whole system and then spot treating the different areas, because
Okay.
it's usually more of not just a particular gland, but the whole system is like off. And then so
Yep.
you want to jumpstart and make everything functioning as best that it can, and then start spot treating, because sometimes in the jump starting of all the glands, the issue might resolve itself.
Got it. And what would you
Yeah.
use to jumpstart the endocrine system?
Frankincense and myrrh. Yeah.
Okay.
Frankincense and myrrh together. You can use them individually. Another one that's a kind of a quiet sleeper in that area is patchouli.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
but usually I use frankincense and myrrh, like the combination.
yeah. And patchouli, would you use that topically or?
I, you know, sometimes people take patchouli internally. I don't think it's a good one. I mean, I don't think it's doing harm. I just don't think it's as effective as frankincense and myrrh. Like, so if you're going to use patchouli, do it on your wrists and here and play a lot of Grateful Dead.
Well, I have the frankincense and myrrh, and that actually is nice and soothing. Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you very, very much.
And then go ahead, Dan, then Sonia.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Greg. Did you
How are
just
you
say play? Good, good. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
Good. Good
Yeah,
to
I
see
did,
you again.
play a lot of Grateful Dead just because, you know, patchouli was like the hippie thing back in the 70s. And
Oh,
so,
okay. I
Yeah.
yeah, it was part of my thing back in the 70s,
yeah.
actually. So anyway, yeah, for healing for shortness of breath, like through asthma and stuff like that, what's a
Uh-huh.
good or COPD? I'm not sure what's going on. I got PFTs coming up. But I've been localizing like the internal piece here as being the respiratory system. What do you think would be a good combo for you know, out of the different
Do
colors we
do we
go through?
know, is there COPD or we're not sure?
We're not sure.
Okay. If it's COPD, one of the best remedies is
Anula is
German
what?
chemical.
German.
Chemical.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Asthma, you can use things like hyssop, larch, anula, Amivisnaga. The thing with asthma is that sometimes you need to kind of treat it like in stages or in phases. And so a lot of times asthma can be allergy related, you know. So one of the things, like they've done studies where they took a bunch of people with asthma and 90% of asthmatics are vitamin C deficient. So, you know, I love treating things with oils, but if we are looking at the root cause, I would use quercetin, like three tablets, like 2 to 3 times a day. And a lot of times within 30 days, you'll start to notice a significant reduction in the asthma symptoms.
Really?
I would also add magnesium to it, like 400 or 500 milligrams of magnesium daily. And just because you're having bronchial spasms, you know, that's part of the asthma. And so that combination can be very good. To augment that, like with really chronic asthma, you can use 3,000 milligrams of cordyceps, which is a kind of mushroom. And so that combination, usually within 30 to 45 days, there is a significant reduction in the asthma symptoms. Usually within about 60 days, even if a person's on an inhaler, we can usually get them off the inhaler within about 2 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, if it's COPD, that starts to be a little bit of a different thing. You would have to, I mean, those will help, but it won't probably correct it. And so like you'll have to like inhale some German chamomile, maybe take German chamomile internally, you know, every day or two. I mean, German chamomile is also an antihistamine, just like quercetin. Vitamin C is necessary for a lot of processes in the body, but quercetin and vitamin C also act as an antihistamine. The issue that why vitamin C doesn't really treat the asthma is that it passes through the body too fast. Like your body doesn't store vitamin C. So when you take those vitamin C, like chewables or whatever, it only lasts in your body about 4 hours.
Mhm.
And then, you know, you pee it out or whatever.
Right,
But
right.
quercetin is crude vitamin C, and it takes the body a lot longer to process it. So it stays in the body longer, and then it elevates the C levels to a much greater degree. And so a lot of times that will reduce it. Now, if you're having asthma symptoms upon activity, like, you're exercising, you're going for a walk, or, you're cleaning out the garage, and all of a sudden you start to have a little asthma,
Yeah,
is like an omega-6, that is a deficiency of like fish oils and things like that. So
yeah,
you
I'm
would want,
taking a couple of krill oils a day.
Yeah,
Actually,
perfect.
started doing that,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So between the two, that should do it. So try treating it that way, and then let me know how that is, and let me know
Yeah.
your test results like after the fact,
Yeah,
so that we
yeah,
can
it's the
fine
6th,
tune your
yeah,
treatment.
February 6th, yeah.
I mean, still the hyssop, the larch, and all of that, but
Yeah.
I would use that in combination with the quercetin and the magnesium.
Okay.
You'll find more relief from the quercetin than you probably would from the oils.
Is that an oil or it's just over the counter?
No, you
chemical?
go to the health food store. Like if you run down to Whole
Yeah.
Foods or something, you can, whatever's there local in Sarasota, just go pick some up. And almost all the quercetin now has bromelain in it. Just look at the label, make sure it has bromelain in it, but almost all of it does. And Whole Foods has a nice brand where the price is a little bit less, and it's got bromelain in it. It's good to go. I would just
Okay.
grab that.
Okay, cool,
Yeah.
right,
So, but like when somebody's having like really bad asthma, I'll give them 3 tablets every couple hours until the crisis passes. And I mean, you can take big dosages of quercetin and it will be okay.
okay,
So taking 3 tablets like 2 to 3 times a day, like at first I might even do 3 times a day. And then as the symptoms reduce, drop down to twice a day. But you take that for 6 months or a year, and most times it starts to be a thing that you used to have.
oh, awesome, yeah, because
Yeah.
I hit my inhaler, starting to hit it now pretty much
Yeah.
daily. I have a PRN and also
Right.
a daily too, so.
Right.
yeah.
So here's the thing with the inhalers. They will reduce serum magnesium levels in the body. So you'll need to
Okay.
take a little bit extra magnesium. And
Okay.
if you find that the 400 or 500 milligrams isn't enough, there's an herb called, you won't be able to find this in a health food store. You'll have to go online.
Yeah.
But get it in capsule form, but it's called wood betony, Betany. And that herb is just like crazy high levels of magnesium. And if you take too much magnesium, it starts to act as a laxative. So after 500-600 milligrams,
Right,
you got another issue.
I've heard that, yeah.
Okay, so right.
Yeah,
So, but wood betony, you can take big dosages of it, and you won't have an issue.
okay,
Yeah.
cool. Great,
So keep me posted though.
I shall, thank you so much.
You're so
Good to
welcome.
see you. Yeah, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
And then go ahead, Sonia, then Leanne.
Hey, Sonia.
Tea tree oil works real well for me for asthma, but I took a friend to the store who had severe COPD and she forgot her inhaler. And she said, I need to go home. And it would be like 30 minutes to get there. So I said, you want to try the tea tree? And she said, yeah. And it worked faster than her inhaler for the COPD.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Yeah.
So
No,
it,
the British Army used to give their soldiers in their little personal kits a tea tree because it does so many things. And it's pain reliever, it's for foot fungus, and what do they call that? Foot what is it, foot rot or whatever they get when swamp foot, or it's good for wounds, but it's also good for respiratory issues, and yeah, so that's good to know. Thank you.
for let's see. So you don't project red or orange to the head, but the oils are okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is an orange healer?
Orange healer is parsley, camphor, palo santo, lovage, Idaho tansy, Eucalyptus globulus, Cape snowbush, juniper, and birch tar.
Birch tar?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. So orange, how, orange blend, how does that affect the brain?
You're not really using it on the brain. Yeah, I would use it more in like the body. Yeah, because it's stimulating elimination, it's stimulating lymphatic movement, things like that.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, what it would do for stagnant and calcified energy if it's
Oh, up in the brain?
Yeah.
That's a good image. I would probably go back to sage.
Okay.
Yeah. The brain plays by a little bit of different rules than the rest of the body.
And so would red be okay?
You know, things like rosemary and cinnamon are good for increasing circulation. So red heater would be okay. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Leanne, then Heidi.
Hey, Miss Leanne.
Let's get you unmuted.
There we go. How you doing?
Hey, hey,
Good.
how are you?
I'm finally in one of these classes. My weekends have been
Yeah.
so tough.
Isn't that good for you though?
I've been sick for like 3 weeks and it dropped
Oh,
into
wow.
my chest and it was so bad. And it just, these two protocols with orange and red
Yeah.
has my
Yeah.
lungs just like
Yeah.
so much more efficient and
Yeah.
clear. I can't
Yeah.
believe it.
Yeah.
I was
And
really,
you're feeling better? You feel like you're on the upswing?
yeah, well, I had it, I got sick with the head cold and I did
Okay.
ivermectin and the C and the zinc and everything. And then like 5 or 6 days later, I got a cough and I've been trying to, I'm going to the salt room, I'm doing the sauna, I'm
Right.
doing everything and
Right,
finally had to get more medicine to clear it. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I was using Breathe and your protocol too.
Right.
This
Yeah.
was really interesting. Today,
Oh, good.
I feel like I have so much more available energy there. Do you know?
Well, you could say the orange has a bit of a thinning effect on the mucus and like an expectorant effect. And then the red is dilating the vessels of the lungs and the bronchioles to help you to breathe better.
Yeah, it was really great.
Yeah.
I'm like so glad I had the opportunity to be here today
Yeah. Good,
with
good, good.
everybody. All right, so thank
Well,
you.
keep me posted. If you don't start feeling better soon, let me know.
I will. Thanks,
Okay.
Greg.
And then go ahead, Heidi, then Deborah.
Hey, Miss Heidi.
Hi, Greg. Nice to
Hey,
see
hey.
you.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. This is a great class as usual. I raised my hand because I just learned that my sister-in-law, Robin's wife, fell this morning and she thinks she might have broken her hip. And yeah, I know. It's around her left groin, hip area. She doesn't know, and they're not really hospital people, which of course they will go, but first she's trying to do other things before she heads into medication, all that. Just wondered
Yeah.
what you could suggest during this time right now.
Um,
Well, we don't know.
Right. Like the blue healer from this, like anything blue, like to
Okay.
reduce inflammation and some of the pain. And then remember like how like when Robin hurt her foot or, something else where we had her do galbanum and.
Yeah, I'm sure they're doing galbanum.
women, like, yeah, jump on that really hard and heavy. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sure she's taking internally, anything blue healer, anything blue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, boy,
And
keep
it-
posted on that. Yeah.
I will. Thank you so much. Anything you could do to help. They're in struggle right now.
Yeah, I bet. So it's her left hip?
Yeah. Yeah, her left groin area.
So she was falling and like hit the side of her hip, or she was falling and tried to catch herself, or like what?
I
How
don't
do you
have that information.
Okay.
Um, I just got a text from Robin that said she fell, that she was sitting with her.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
But if I hear anything more, I'll text Sam and,
Okay.
and
Yeah. Please do.
yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I really
You're
appreciate it.
so
And by the way, I really appreciate hearing about the cortisol levels and the salt baths. I tend to do that, so I'm glad to know I put vetiver in my salt baths.
Yeah, vetiver's a perfect
Um,
one to do that with.
Yeah, Sam turned me on to that before I even knew you, and I thought it smelled
Yeah.
terrible, like dirt. I couldn't figure out why she gave me this stuff,
Yeah.
and it is so grounding. And so I'm really
Yeah,
glad
it
about
is.
that because I
Yeah.
got some blood work back that said I had high cortisol levels. So I'm wanting to curb that.
Good.
So thanks, and I
It's
hope you're
not like
enjoying
it's not like an
Oregon.
instant remedy, but like if you use it over a period of time, it will reduce the cortisol. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else that you can do besides it? Would the cordyceps help?
No, cordyceps probably wouldn't. Let me check my notes. Like I do
Okay.
have some notes on cortisol, but I haven't looked at them for a while.
I just can't seem to get my tension level in my body. I can get my mind relaxed, but my body is just holding on to tension. And I'm just like trying to do whatever I can to
Okay.
unwind that.
Right.
So these different colors are just wonderful to learn
Oh,
about.
good.
Yeah.
Good,
Anyway,
good.
I know you got to go to lunch. Okay. Thanks a lot, Greg. I really appreciate it. I love you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Love you too. Yeah,
Bye.
let me know how Yarrow's doing, or
Okay,
have
I
some
will.
tea or whatever.
Yeah, I will. Thanks. Bye.
And then go ahead, Deborah, and then we have questions in chat and maybe even here.
Hey, Miss Deborah.
Hey, Greg. So this was my all-time favorite class when you give it the first time around. And I'm only being able to pick up bits and pieces because of traveling while you're doing it. So I'm looking forward to the whole recording. But I was curious, if you've already covered this, then I'll look for it in the recording. But so when people talk about, they see colors like when they close their eyes, and I'm not talking about auras, but actually see colors. I hear this discussion, oh, it's your chakras, it's the color of your chakras. I don't feel like that doesn't resonate with me. Do you find that that's true when you're seeing colors, when you close your eyes?
I would say it depends on the person. A lot of times you might be perceiving like not so much the chakras, but like color in the aura, but sometimes like your body's in a particular state and that can be reflective in a color, but sometimes it can be also a little metaphorical. You know what I mean? Like
that makes more sense to me.
Yeah. Like, so sometimes, you'll feel like, oh, I feel like I'm in a very healing space. And when I close my eyes, I see green or violet. There's a bunch of stuff going on, but your mind sees the green or the violet. You know what I mean? And so the thing with seeing colors, it's very much open to interpretation. And sometimes it might be literal for one person, but then the next person might be seeing something and it looks more metaphorical. And so I would say it's interesting, but I look at it, but I don't pay a whole lot of attention to it. Because even with clairvoyance, there's something past the imagery. So like I'll go, oh, very interesting. I see green or violet. Okay, what's next? Like, I just kind of keep moving through it. Just like, how like you'll be doing meditation or you'll be doing one of these processes and You'll be going, okay, I'm thinking about how my body feels. And then something from when I ate, when I was 8 came by, and then something from high school, and then something from last week. And then, there's just these weird things that pop and fly by. It can also be with like colors and sensations and things like that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, it's interesting, but I don't usually use it a lot for like diagnostics. You know what I mean? Or like evaluating something. I'll take it into account, but I don't go, oh, green means this. I just like, because I'm taking into account, at least for myself, that I might see that, but there's a bunch of things that I'm not seeing. So I want to be able to take in the fuller picture, and I don't want to put a bunch of emphasis on a little piece of information, if that makes
Right.
sense.
Yes, it does. Absolutely. And that's
Yeah.
where I've been trying to take it. So thank you.
Yeah. So
Right. Lots of questions.
take
Number 1, why do we do this routine for each energy? And the routine being the 4 step.
Yeah. Just to help the body generate the kind of energy from the inside out.
Before we start with 1, are we to see the color in our mind's eye?
No need to do that. The oils and the process will do all the heavy lifting.
Why are the navels last, not after wrists or elbows, since we're doing it down the body
Wait, what?
on the mugwort process? Why are the navel minor last?
You're doing the arms and legs because it's associated with the basic, and then the navel kind of fortifies some other areas of the body. Yeah, you're not necessarily working from the top to the bottom. You're doing a process.
What's the hypothesis as to the energy getting stagnated in our head?
Conditioning.
Why is the navel/meng so important in this routine?
The navel. I'm not understanding. I'm not sure about that question. Yeah, it could be.
Do you want to clarify that last one? I'll wait till they type in, but they said my OCD self wants to know, why did we go out of order or hop around the rainbow? We started with violet and blue, now red.
The rainbow, like I don't.
I mean, if you think about how rainbow goes with.
Oh, yeah, I was doing it more of how the body generates the energy and the different vibrations. So, yeah.
Okay, so now to clarify that when we start, we end with the navel. Then we end with the whole routine with the meng. Why?
So the Mingmen, we're ending with that because it's about raising the vibration and cleaning up the body, like it's transmuting things. And the navel has a fortifying effect when we're doing the arms and legs, has a fortifying effect on the body, but more importantly, the immune system. And when you work with colored energies and the generation of colored energies, it's tied more to your immunity than it's tied to other systems.
Which color for sustaining activity to keep the momentum on a project going?
Red. Yeah.
Yes, the person had to leave, so we'll.
Okay.
Any benefit to rubbing in the mugwort application?
Yeah, it makes it stronger. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Technique question.
Sure.
So rubbing in the mugwort application, do applications of mugwort and inhalation on the same center at the same time? do applications of mugwort and inhale on same center at same time / pass? Or do we need to be separate passes?
I'm not sure what that means.
If you want to clarify on that. But that was the last question on my list.
So we'll take a break for lunch and we'll come back at 2:40. So we'll take an hour-and-a-half break, come back and we'll hit the gold and the sacred blue. And
They did clarify, they said in one full pass to do both at the same time or weave them together.
I'm still not understanding.
We'll see what we can do
Okay.
to clarify.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll head on lunch.
So we are at the top of page 15. And we're dealing with the gold healer or gold energy. So gold is physicalized spiritual energy, right? So when divine energy comes down or soul energy comes down, as soon as it starts to hit the aura and the energy body, it starts to begin its transition into gold. When soul energy comes down, it's very fluid, right? But then when it starts to interact with the aura, it becomes less fluid and starts to become a little bit more physicalized. So it will stay in particular areas, right? Gold is very interesting. You know, when you look at 7 chakra systems, they'll use colors like the basic is one color, the solar plexus is this color. When they get to the heart, they usually use the color green, right? But the issue is the heart does not generate green. So that color system for the 7 chakra system is actually a metaphorical, it's a metaphorical idea. It's not necessarily gives you an idea or a concept of what the chakras do. It's not necessarily the colors that are getting generated by the chakras. The chakras usually generate several colors, not just a single color for one. And it's usually not the color associated with the 7 chakra system. But if you're learning like what herb should I use or what thing in meditation should I use, or I do a visualization, or what stone should I use, it can be helpful in that, right? So, I mean, there's a purpose for it. The heart generates mostly like a pink prana. And as a person starts to calm down the processes of the body and starts to transmute some of the lower emotions, the heart will also begin to produce gold, right? And so gold has a stabilizing effect on your homeostasis mechanism and the processes of your body. If something's overactivated or underactivated, the gold energy will actually regulate that, right? So if you have a system in your body that's a little bit hyperreactive, gold energy reduces that. If it's under functioning and you put gold on it, it starts to make that system or that organ, wherever you are needing it, it starts to improve the function. And so gold can be used, I don't want to say like a cure-all, but you could use it for a lot of things, especially in combination with to the process. Now we start to lose the cycle out. Anytime there's gold in the body, or even if you were to visualize gold, part of what happens is it activates the heart. You could be visualizing your toes gold, and it will actually activate the heart, right? You could say, okay, I'm going to visualize my ears as golden ears, activates the heart, right? So you see sometimes in meditation processes, they'll visualize like a golden flame on top of the head, or they'll visualize something in gold. All of that is actually very activating to the heart. And anytime that the heart is activated, anytime, regardless of how it's done, it makes the solar plexus release lower emotions. Like it's cleansing to the solar plexus. So stress energy, lower emotions, things that are potentially inflammatory in nature, even things that have been projected at us from other people, emotional agitation, all these things can be diminished by the use of gold or generating gold in the body. When you do meditation and prayer, part of what you're doing is you're generating gold in your body. And so, people, especially in circles like this, they're usually generating some level or degree of gold. The issue is that sometimes that if stress becomes too much, or if we have a lot of lower emotions, especially anger, it actually can diminish the gold. So you might have a bunch of gold in your body, and then you get super upset about something, and you just kind of like flush it out of your system a little bit. And so the more that the gold gets generated, you almost can reach this like tipping point where the gold will actually start to regulate those lower emotions and stop you like generating those lower emotions. And so that is actually a process that's even done in alchemy, where you do things to reduce the stimulation of lower emotions so that your body can start to go through like a kind of transformation of sorts. And part of that is the production of gold in the body. And so even in ancient practices up to modern times, the use of Melissa has been, or sometimes they called it lemon balm, has been used because Melissa, one of the things that it does really, really well, for one, it's very fortifying to the nerves, it's great for the immune system, but it reduces the generation of lower emotions and diminishes, like say you're in a state of being upset or angry, or you're in like a little bit of anxiety or fear, the Melissa will actually reduce the emotion that's even already been generated. It will reduce the level or degree to the point of it just dissipates it from the system. Like it takes you out of crisis like almost immediately. And you want to share your story with your friend?
Oh, sure.
So Samantha has a story that's like perfectly illuminates this with somebody who is not exposed to essential oils. So
yeah, so my friend was telling me a story, and she got really emotional and upset, and she goes, I'm really triggered right now. I need to calm myself down. And so she did a couple of her like self-soothing things.
yeah, she's a meditator from a different tradition.
Yeah.
Right. We'll
So
just
she
say.
like was, doing her breathing thing. She was doing a couple things, and she just was like, I'm not calming down. So I said, I have this oil I use. I call it my Prozac. It's like this amazing thing. Are you open to trying it? And she's like, yeah, I'll try whatever. And so she took like maybe 1 or 2 drops. And almost instantly she was like, whoa, I feel completely better. Like the generation of her, whatever was triggering her was gone. And she goes, and I'm kind of feel high. Like it was like this euphoric feeling.
Yeah, she felt very euphoric. And then so they had their little moment, and then I met up with them a little bit later, and she goes, yeah, I can't even remember what I was upset about. Like she said something like that. Like, it's the Melissa the reason why Melissa works for a lot of reasons, you know, there's physiological reasons, but Melissa is very strengthening and toning to the heart. And what happens when you take Melissa is also makes you generate gold in your body. And so part of why it's so calming and so soothing almost instantaneously is it produces the gold. So here we're using gold healer. And, you know, you can use them together, you can use them separate. I mean, I didn't include Melissa in this class. We did, you know, because we're doing the blends and everything, but you know, there's single oils that do things in a similar way as well. But you know, gold has an impact on cerebral spinal fluid circulation. Any of the colors impacts your immunity probably more than any other aspect of your physiology, right? If you looked at like, when you look at like when you do things with the aura and the health rays and the cords and all those kinds of things, that impacts your nervous system. I mean, it impacts everything, but it's heavier on the nervous system. When you work with colors, it's heavier on your immunity. When you're working with chakras, it's heavier on the glands, on your endocrine system, right? And so gold enhances the immune system, especially the part of the immune system that like seeks out and destroys viruses and bacterias, because sometimes that system might not be working well enough, and so we get sick or something like that. But on the flip side, sometimes it's hyperreactive and it starts to turn on the body and go, yeah, that muscle tissue in your shoulder, yeah, that's a virus or a bacteria, and it starts attacking, you know, organs or body parts, or, you know, so you start to go into autoimmune type issues. You know, autoimmune issues are just a hyperreactive immune system, right? So part of that process is it has a regulating effect on the thymus, which is also part of the heart, right? The heart chakra. And so, you know, it releases soft tissue, it releases, or I shouldn't say release, relaxes soft tissue, it relaxes muscle, it does all kinds of things. It's soothing is not the right word. Regulating is a much better word than soothing. You know, when you have issues where like the body just seems like it's a little out of control, it needs to, like, things need to be regulated. Homeostasis needs to be regulated. It needs, like, in medical aromatherapy, you would refer to it as you need to use restoratives, right? And so sometimes we know an event, like a traumatic thing happens, and you know, my body is a little chaotic because of such a crazy event. But sometimes it's just wear and tear, and sometimes it sneaks up on you, and sometimes it's because of fatigue, and sometimes it's just you got poor sleep for a little while, or, you know, sometimes there's also rhythms in the body that can become out of whack that just starts you in a slow roll to not feeling good, and you can't put your finger on why, right? Gold has a regulating effect on all kinds of rhythms in your body. You know, we know of circadian rhythms, we know of different kinds of rhythms in the body, you know, the movement of cerebral spinal fluid circulation, things like this, but there's a lot of rhythms in the body that don't have a name. You know, they're just these rhythms and movements that happen that, you know, they're very subtle. You wouldn't know what they are, but when they're out of whack, you know they're out of whack, right? And so gold has a regulating effect on all these parts of your body, your emotions, and even your mind. And so gold is very fortifying to the emotional body. And I would say it's very quieting and calming to the mind. So, yeah, can't really think of anything else right now. I mean, there's a big list of things that I've written down there that, but anyway, let's work with gold. So, you know, we just kind of rolled through the orange and the red. Let's do a little bit of what we did yesterday, where we go, let's think of something where we're not trying to treat something, but we'll just say, okay, what situation do I feel a little agitation, where I feel a little worked up, where I feel a little unsettled? And we're not necessarily treating that, but when we go through and we work the gold, how does the gold make that feel after the fact? Like without really directing it towards, it's not like we're going to target that situation, but we're going to look at it, let it go, work the gold, and then go back and go, how does that make me feel? Because then not only can you validate something, but it's a way to learn what that does. You go, okay, it made this feel better. This, didn't really make so good. You know, like it might make my emotions feel better, but my mind still going bap, 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 bap. You know, you can make kind of notes of what it does and how it does it so that when the time comes, you know what remedy to go to, if that makes sense. So part of when we do these things, it's almost like you becoming friends with the oil, so you know like the personality of the oil or the blend or something, if that makes any sense, right? So I wanted to do a little experiment too, if that's okay. You know, we've been doing the process, and right before lunch, we did the thing with Q&A, and somebody said, why do we use the mugwort and why do we use the stagnation? And, you know, I was planning on do this a little bit towards the end of the day, but, you know, we're almost there anyway. So what I'd like to do is, you know, we have the parameters of the booklet, but let's just go right to gold for a little bit, play with it, and then step back, go back through the process and do gold again and see if you can feel a difference. Does that make sense? Like that way you can say like, well, if I have only 10 minutes, I can do gold, but if I had 30 minutes, I could do this. Is there any value of that? You know what I mean? And because there's times where you just grab something, you go, this is perfect. But if you have some time and, you know, it's like before bedtime or something, you go, well, I'm going to do a slow roll through this whole process, right? So I thought we'd do that. So right off the bat, let's have you pull out the gold. And just go ahead and start inhaling that. And I'm going to beat one of you guys to it and say, what's in that? I can't remember. Let's see what's in that.
Are we doing a pattern with gold?
Right now we're just inhaling it, but we will do a pattern. Yeah. Okay, so gold healer is valerian, a bunch of sandalwood, white spruce, acacia, and aloes.
Smells regal.
Regal, yeah. Nice. Yeah, those are all fancy oils. So, okay, so just take some long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, and then just pause. Pause for a moment. And think about one of your areas that are compromised. You know, you got a shoulder or a hip or a back area. Put your awareness on that spot and just take some long, slow, deep breaths with the gold. Okay, and then give yourself a break. And just notice what you feel. Now, let's again try another experiment. Your awareness is on your lungs, right? Your lungs, and just take some long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your lungs. Okay, and then be still. And what do you notice with your lungs? Let's explore something else. Kind of put your awareness on your low back and just find the greatest area of tension in your low back, just wherever that is. And then inhale the gold with your awareness on the tension in your low back. And then go ahead and pause. And what do you notice? Now, let's think of a situation that's external, that maybe there's a little agitation, a little something going on, right? Doesn't have to be over the top, but just like, you know, a little something with, somebody at work or a little, whatever it is. Think of the situation and then inhale the gold. Okay, and then pay attention to what you notice. Okay, so that's part one of our experiment. Part two is let's do the process. Okay, so pull out your mugwort. And begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the armpits. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the armpits. The elbows. Your awareness is on the elbows. Your wrists. Your awareness is on the wrists. And the palms. Your awareness is on the palms of your hands. Your hips. The sides of your hips. And your knees? Your awareness is on your knees? And the ankles? The soles of your feet? And then the navel? And then 1.5 inches below your navel. And then just be still. Now, pull out your stagnation bladder. And let's go to the temples. Your awareness is on the jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. And then the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. Okay, and then just pause. Now let's see about experiment number 2. Right, so pull out that gold healer again. And that area in your body that was compromised, let's go back to it and see what gold healer does now. Does it feel the same? Or does it feel a little different? What did you notice, Linda?
Everything's moving now.
Yeah.
Before the goal just felt like it's there,
Right,
but now like when we did the mugwort and everything, it was like, I felt like my meridians were all open.
Right.
Everything's moving.
right.
And now what I'm feeling is the goal is moving.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice, nice.
I forgot which area I was thinking about.
That's always a good sign. That's always a good sign. Somebody said, I forgot what I was even working on. So let's visit the lungs. Let's just see what happens when we do the lungs. And then pause. And what did you notice from the first time versus the second time?
Times my shoulders relaxed they just relaxed down. And then this time it felt like there was some opening and some shifting down in the lower part. Of
Oh,
my
great.
lungs.
So she said the first time when she was doing the lungs, before we did the whole process, she said when she was doing the lungs, her shoulders relaxed. Which would coincide with your breath's regulating, it's deepening, it's starting to slow down a little bit. So naturally the shoulders would relax. A lot of times if you pay attention when the shoulders are up, the breath is a little faster, right? And then she said on the second time, like she could feel things like opening up in her body, not just in her chest, but like lower down. Yeah, like so things were opening up. So that's an even deeper level of regulating the breath, because like the more that the breath opens, your spine starts to open, right? So a lot of times when we have back pain, the back pain is not just the muscles in our back, but it's our breath and our diaphragm. And what happens is when we have short, rapid breathing, the tighter the diaphragm, the tighter the little muscles between the vertebrae are. So they go hand in hand. If the diaphragm's tight, the muscles in the back are tight. If the muscles in the diaphragm, or if the diaphragm loosens up, the muscles in the spine loosen up. So a lot of times when we have like back issues, it's not just the back, but it's also the diaphragm. Like it's your breath. Like, so if you deepen the breath, all of a sudden the back starts to relax. And so she started to feel like an opening up down in her lower area, in her lower back, because the breath is starting to deepen so much and relax the diaphragm that it started to open up her spine, right? And so if you look at it from a flip side, whenever there's different kinds of pain, right? There's different kinds of pain, but nerve pain is sharp, stabbing, radiating pain. And it's almost always either cranial nerves or something that's coming from the spine, right? So mechanically, what happens in the body after, I'd say 7 to 10 days, sometimes maybe 2 weeks, when you have nerve pain, the direct response is bronchial spasms. It's mechanics. It's not like, oh, do I have it? Maybe I have it. It's like, how bad is it and how soon did it happen? Because it's happening, right? If it's just like a day or two, you might have a little bit of a spasm, but after about a week, you start to have constrictions in your bronchioles, which means automatically you start having shorter, more shallow breath. And so if you have sharp stabbing pain, part of what happens is your bronchioles go into spasm, it starts to tighten up the diaphragm, and it's it's a protective mechanism in the body to like contract around the spine to try to protect the spine. But on the flip side of it, it's trying to restrict your movement. It starts to put pressure on the spinal nerves. So actually what starts to happen is it's trying to prevent further injury. It's not trying to prevent pain. But what happens is pain levels go up. So one of the ways, like if you have like nerve pain and it's at an 8, if you undo the bronchioles and you open up the lungs and the diaphragm, it'll go from an 8 to like a 3 or a 4 just by opening up the breath, because you've taken pressure off the spine. Then when you treat the spine, it becomes easier to treat, right? Because you're not wrestling the diaphragm and the muscles in the vertebrae. So, I mean, I don't know if she knew that, but like she was experiencing that, and she was like, as the breath opens up, the back starts to relax, right? And so, you know, I was making that joke, like, you know, as you get older, you know, younger, how'd you hurt your back? Oh, I was lifting this 100-pound bag of cement and da 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 da. And then as you're older, I was like, how did you hurt your back? I was sitting in a chair. I was sleeping, like, you know, and I just woke up. But if you think about it, a lot of times it is also tied to the breath got compromised. Like when I think about it, it's like my breath was a little off, you know, be it, you know, maybe a little bit of mucus, or, you know, I got a little huffy going up the stairs, you know, whatever it is. And then the back tightens up because the breath got a little bit off, right? And so deepening the breath is tied to also unwinding the back. So
Could that also be some of the reasons why I'm needing to cough more today? I feel like I'm coughing.
yeah, it could be, but also you're spelling a bunch of oils and everything, and so it might be like thinning some of the mucus and helping you to get it out. And I was telling people last night, I was like, whenever I come to the Northwest, there's always a day or two of like my respiratory tract produces a lot more mucus, and about the time it calms down is about the time I go on the plane. You know, but it's just, you know, you guys have all the trees and everything, and so it's, yeah, a lot of pollen and probably molds and stuff from all the rain and stuff. And so, yeah. So we did our body, but now let's go to a situation. Let's think of that same situation that we did so we can measure whatever it was. Think of it and take some long, slow, deep breaths with the gold healer now that we've done that process. And then pause. And what do you notice? Compared to the first time, what did you notice? Was there a difference? Was it calmer, more soothing? Sometimes when I do this, not only is it more soothing, I almost have like a shift in perspective, or like I see more information. if that makes sense. Like, you know, before I was like, oh, why is this happening? And then you start going, okay, it's happening because da 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 da, you know, like you start seeing like all the details and you're like, oh, yeah, it makes sense. You know, like you almost like see the other side, or you see how everything wandered into the weird situation. You know what I mean? It gives you a little bit more perspective. And so, anybody want to share? Like, yeah.
Question, actually.
Yeah, sure.
So in other teachings, the teaching that I had around the world are that it's a concretizing energy.
Mm-hmm.
And yet my experience with it now is a flow and a movement and a deepening of things in a good way. I'm not feeling like it's so solid, if you will.
Right. I would say that, so she was saying that like in other traditions, they've talked about like that gold would be concretizing, and it is a concretizing of spiritual energy, but gold can stimulate movement, like a lot, like how oranges, like gold kind of does like the spiritual version of that. And so it very much turns on intuition, it turns on the activation of the heart. And, you know, gold is energy with consciousness. So it creates like a movement. It creates, you know, if the body's not in a healthy place, it creates a movement towards a healthy place. If it's in a good, healthy place, it helps to maintain it. So it kind of is that aspect, how we talk about intuition, where it adjusts and adapts. Gold would be the energetic version of that. It adjusts and adapts. And so if you need stabilizing, it stabilizes. If you need movement, it helps move. If something needs to be stimulated, it helps to stimulate. If something needs to be regulated and sedated, it actually has a sedating effect. So kind of interesting, huh? Yeah.
It feels protective.
Yeah, and protective too. Yeah, because it definitely, somebody here said it also feels protective. It definitely makes the energy body more dense. And if you're looking at like the idea of building shields, like if you were to, you know, step away from essential oils and go, okay, energetically, I'm going to build myself a shield. Building a gold shield would have a protective quality. And back in the day when I was working with this group of psychologists, like you hear me say this all the time, and we were working on people that like had been abused, right? And so one of the things that happens, you start to do therapy on them, but sometimes the people around them don't maybe allow the space for that person to heal or change or grow, or, you know, whatever it is. Like everybody has an idea of the way this person should be. So then as they start to heal, there's almost like a peer pressure of like, no, you're supposed to be this way, right? It's just kind of human nature. It's not malicious. It's just, you know, it is what it is, right? And so one of the ways that we break people out of that pattern is we do healings on them, and we'd put like, I would put a gold shield around them, because remember, it's energy with consciousness. So then when their family or friends or whoever would have issues, they'd kind of project stuff at them. Well, it hit the gold, and the gold has consciousness. So it would do like therapy on the people that had problems with them. Right? Because it's just like what Linda said, like she feels like movement. Right? So then as this person's going through and healing, and people are like, stop being different, be the way that I know that you are. They hit the gold shield, they start changing as well, right? So it broke everybody out of the pattern, right? So the shield became therapy for the people around that person, and it allowed that person to like evolve out of whatever identity that had, you know, formed over the years of, you know, everything that had happened. And so gold can be used in a lot of different ways. Yeah. You had something you want to say?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that for my situation, I just developed, and it was quick, and it happened the first go round without the mugwort and everything. A sense of detachment.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, very nice. So she was saying even before we did the whole process, when she looked at the external situation working with a gold healer, that she had a sense of detachment, like, you know, not really attached to the outcome or how it was going on, or you know, you do what you can and then, we'll see what happens, So,
Yeah, do you want some shares?
maybe let's ice the cake and then we'll do a little. So, we did all that. So let's do the materialization breath. So hold the gold up to the heart and then do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And then you're just being still. And then again, bottle to your chest, chin down, and another 8 or 9 of the materialization breath. Just be still. Let's pull out the Ming Men blend. And just awareness on your body, whatever area jumps out. And then your low back, the backside of your navel. And just be still. So notice how you feel. And we'll take a little break. How's that? And we'll come back at 10 after and we'll do the next little process. So I'll see you in about 15 minutes.
All right, guys. Hey. So I hope I got the screen going. We should be good for the rest of the class with the screen. So we got that going for us. And I just kind of wanted to run a couple things by you guys. We don't have the workbook up right now. Let me see if I can find this workbook. Yes, here's one. Let me see if I can get this up so we can look at it. So we updated the workbook. Whenever I send out the recordings to you guys, you'll get a recording, probably not tomorrow, but Tuesday, of the class recordings and the updated workbook PDF. And let's see if I can get this to share so I can show you guys how the hyperlinks work. So this is the new workbook. And you'll see they're color coordinated. And so you can just click on something like the chakras and it will bring you to, well, should bring us to our page. Well, we'll make sure it does bring you to the page whenever I get that up. I'm bringing it up. Okay, well, you're supposed to be able to click those hyperlinks and it'll bring it up. So there, oh, there it goes. Okay, so when you click on those links in the workbook PDF, it'll bring you specifically to certain blog posts we have. So like I clicked on chakras and it talks about the method and use of the chakra here. And then it brings you right to our blogs. So our blog's really fun. Our blog has all sorts of things in it, including different oils Greg has talked about throughout like the last few years that we've been doing Zoom recordings, and our weekly newsletter. So our weekly newsletter you'll start getting, and in that weekly newsletter, Greg talks about the quality of one oil every single week, and then he also talks about a protocol you can practice. And so the other day, last week, we did the Everything Daily Dose, and this is a great blog post. You guys can click on that and you'll see up-to-date oils that Greg has done for the last few years. So if there's an oil, you're like, oh, what is that oil about? Greg has gone into depth with a lot of different oils, and that particular blog post tells you a lot about them. So every week on Monday, we send out our weekly newsletter. And then in that newsletter, it has links to our Tuesday practice sessions and our Wednesday practice sessions. So our Wednesday practice sessions are most important for you guys right now, because if you take a class like this weekend, this Wednesday, the practice will be for you. So it's going to be a foundation of mystical healing practice session this Wednesday. It'll be at 7 o'clock Central. And so the other thing I'm bringing you guys to on the screen is our support page. So I just updated this a couple days ago. I'll keep getting it more updated, but it tells specific ways of how you can like reach out, connect with us. And the number one is our Tuesday Q&A. And so in our newsletter, we have the link to this practice session, and Tuesdays are Greg's time to answer your questions. So whether it's about yourself, a client, whatever, we do a Zoom session from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Central Time, pretty much every single Tuesday. And I have the link here for you now too. So you can click on that link. It says for more specifics, including the Zoom link, you can just click there. The other thing is feel free to email us at info@plantfrontoils.com. Just tell us your name and what you are wanting to address. And then our blog is another great place for information. Again, anything Greg has posted in the newsletter in the last like few years is in the blog. Our YouTube channel is also fantastic. I'll be making it more accessible for you guys shortly on how to look at things on that YouTube, but let me go ahead and click on the YouTube really quick so you guys can kind of see. We have, I forget what it is, like 1,200, 1,500 videos. We have so many videos on our YouTube. But when you go to our YouTube, there's a search box specific just to plant prana oils. And if you want to look up something like basil, so I'll type basil and it'll bring up all sorts of videos that Greg has talked about basil in different circumstances for the last years. And these came from classes, these came from practice sessions, from the Q&As. And so there's a lot of really great information. So if you have a question about a cough or anything, our YouTube channel is just a fantastic source as well. And then let me see if it'll let me go all the way back or if it started a new page here. And then the other thing is Greg is doing sessions, one-on-one sessions for Astara. And so I'll be putting that information in as well. So if you want a one-on-one session with Greg, I'm going to put that information so you can know how to contact him to book a session. And then the other thing is our classes. We have previous classes and we have over 100, I don't know, I don't have Robert here to tell me, but like over 170 classes, maybe I'm making that up. But
I think it's like 120 or 130.
yeah,
or
it's
something.
a lot, but of different topics. And so again, you go to our support page, or if you just go to previous classes, something you can do is you click on that. I put the upcoming classes. Well, if you go to previous classes, you can actually go and type in what you're looking for. So if you're looking for something for, you know, immunity, or if you're looking for something for the glands, or if you're looking for something more esoteric, like the chakras, you can type in the search box what you're looking for, and it'll bring up the different classes that Greg has taught. So those are just some things that are really accessible for you. We're trying to make it easier for you to find as well on the website, but just wanted to show you guys that for now. And I'm here if you have any other questions. Also, again, in the support has that email, which is info@plantpranaoils.com, and I'm always here to answer those questions, and Greg answers your questions as well. So that was it.
And a huge round of applause and thank you.
All right, Greg, now continue.
That and all that is Samantha and Robert pulling all that together with the website. I offered to help, but they said my box of crayons really wouldn't apply to do everything on the website. So anyway. Okay, so we're at the top of page 18. And now we're dealing with spiritual liturgy. So This is about being conductive to specific kinds of spiritual energy. And here, you know, there's different kinds of energies that come in. And at the core, it's usually a brilliant white, and then there's different colors that are speckled through it or on the periphery. Sometimes it might be violet, sometimes it might be green, and sometimes there's this like kind of light blue. And spiritual energies, if you look at them clairvoyantly, they don't look quite like the energies like of our body. Like we've been talking about green and blue and violet. You know, those all kind of look like how you would think they would look, right? But when you start talking about spiritual energies, a lot of times they look almost like kind of three-dimensional, and they are of colors that like you almost don't have a reference for. Like it's like it kind of looks blue, but not blue, like, you know, not how we think of blue. And so like for me, when I look at blue, the best way I could describe it, like, is it looks like ice. Like, you know how there's a translucent quality to it. It's hard to describe because there's usually not a big reference for it. But sometimes when you see like the energy of like when people are doing like a baptism or purification by water, there's this like really bright white with bluish energies on the periphery. Sometimes you see them in pictures around Kuan Yin. Like there's this like kind of light blue color that will be around some of the pictures or drawings of Kuan Yin. But you know, the source is the source. So when you're working with spiritual energies, this would be for psychological healing, this would be for meditation, this would be for prayer, and even for physical healing, you could say miraculous healing. Like sometimes we're just like, nothing's working. You know, like I'm doing whatever I'm trying to do and nothing's working. But usually it shifts perspective, it shifts awareness, it shifts you out of your head. You know how we're talking about moving from intellect to intuition. It helps to facilitate a greater level of that. The thing with working with, like here we're talking about a blend called Sacred Blue. And like when it's working with energies like this, like these spiritual energies, bottom line is in some way it's making you more conductive for something spontaneous to happen. When we're dealing with the body, we're dealing with form. And when we're dealing with form, we're dealing with a lot of repetition. You know, that's the nature of form, right? It's something repetitive in nature. That's not good or bad. It's just, it is what it is, right? Sometimes when it's a good thing, we're maintaining something, but at some point we outgrow it and we need to take a step out of that. And the thing that helps us to step out of that is essence. When we start to tap into essence, essence is more about spontaneity. It's a spontaneous action. It's spontaneous movement. You're breaking out of repetition. You're breaking out of form. There's some sort of shift or change, right? And so even that idea that everything is transient, right? Like we were making the joke yesterday is like, oh, you have a bad day, don't worry, it'll pass. And then you're like, I'm having an amazing day. Like, don't worry, that'll pass too, right? And like all these things kind of are transient. They're not always the same. And this is tied to creative energies or divine intelligence. Divine intelligence is always in motion. It's always in movement. Even when you look at truth, truth is dynamic. It's not just like, it's always kind of growing, evolving, at least our perceptions of it, right? And so the idea of working with spiritual energies would be to stimulate this evolutionary process, to stimulate this connection to the divine or to the higher self, right? To have a greater level of realization. right? Realization doesn't come out of repetition. Realization comes out of some spontaneous movement that's internal where you realize like, oh, that's why this has been happening. You know, you have some deeper level of awareness or understanding. And so that's the target of working with the sacred blue. And you know, I remember one time when being with Master Choa, he would bless water, and then we would get in and splash around and clean ourselves up, and you know, those kinds of things. And I remember I was sitting and I was watching him bless, you know, he would bless a swimming pool, and then everybody would jump in, and he did a thing, and he blessed the pool, and then when he did it, like it was kind of overwhelming to his body, so he kind of slumped down like this, and you know how you do in meditation sometimes. And I saw this like wave of energy coming from behind him, and it was that color of ice, like that, like really brilliant, translucent with like blue. It wasn't even on the periphery. It's like the blue and the white were in the same space, but they were different somehow. Like, I don't know if that makes sense. But when I made this blend Sacred Blue, I tried to like tap into that vibration the best that I could, you know, at least with plants. And so, you know, we target, you know, the body and the symptoms, and we talked about like, hey, sometimes things are overactivated. You need to sedate certain processes in the body, and sometimes you need to jumpstart the body and stimulate the body's processes. But you know, bottom line is like when the body's not doing well, there's a lack of life force or soul essence. And working with a blend like this helps to bring in that essence so that whatever processes need to happen or whatever kind of connection needs to happen to move out of whatever the condition is, you know, at least you're trying to make everything available to the body as possible. And so divine energy or soul energy is energy with consciousness. You don't really have to address it like you would symptom-oriented approaches. So one time, this would just give you an example. One time, I you know, this was like in my younger days, and I was at some like health expo or something, and you know, you do those little 10-minute healings on people or whatever. And this person came up and you know, I don't remember what they asked for, but basically I worked on the center between their eyebrows. And then I ran into that person like a month or two later, like I don't know, at Whole Foods or something, and they go, hey, you healed that condition that I had, this wound that wasn't healing, and you know, after I saw you, it got better within a couple of days. And you know, I'm standing there going, I don't remember working on a wound. I remember working on the ajna, and I was like, where was the wound? Because I was thinking the wound must have been up there, right? And they go, oh, I had this big gash on my thumb, and you know, they had this whole thing about this wound on the thumb. I was like, maybe I confused the person. Maybe I worked on the thumb. You know, I'm doing this as they're talking, they're telling me the story. I was like, I do not remember working on a thumb that day. And then, you know, because you have like a little routine. It's an expo. It's not like you're doing a bunch of I was keeping it really simple. You know, you got 10 minutes. So I just remember putting a bunch of spiritual energy in the ajna, and I started thinking about it. I was like, it went to where it needed to go. Like, you know, I'm sitting there trying to think mechanically, what did I do? I just filled this up with a bunch of spiritual energy, and you know, something happened that I wasn't even aware of it. It's not like they brought the thumb up or anything like that. And through the years, I noticed that doing versions of that, things would happen that was completely unpredictable and something that, I mean, if I'm being honest, I don't know that I had the ability to do. Like, you know, I could put the spiritual energy in there, but the skill set to heal some of these things was like maybe, you know, beyond my ability or something. And so there's times where, you know, we know the mechanical things to do to try to heal something, but like even when we know what to do, sometimes things don't respond. And sometimes we don't know what to do. Like it's complicated or it's really, really chronic or, you know, who knows? It's not responding. And so in that case, in that time, you kind of go to things that are beyond our understanding or awareness. You invoke the divine, or you invoke mm, the blessings, the soul, whatever you want to call it, to have it come in and make some sort of shift in the body or the emotions, the mind, whatever that might be. And you know, the thing with plants, I've talked about this a little bit, but I haven't talked about it like tons. You know, the plants attract energies from the environment. It's not just that they emanate an energy, but there's the physical energy of the plant, but there's also energies that pass through the plants. And so when you put things in certain combinations, you could almost say it acts as a vessel or attracts a certain kind of energy that passes through it that is much greater than the physical essence of the plant. And so this is based on some of the old writings and alchemical processes where they talk about, you know, aligning the plants with to the celestial bodies or to higher beings, and then placing them on certain parts of the body, right? And in doing so, it produces a result that you wouldn't really expect. You know, you're doing like kind of forms of alchemy, or you could say old school ways of healing. You know, like these days we think of healing very symptom oriented, right? There was a time where you would look at the symptoms, but then you'd go, okay, I have to make the body work in a particular way to resolve this issue. You didn't really go directly after a symptom. And even when you look at Chinese medicine or Ayurvedic medicine, they take a bunch of things into account, but they don't necessarily go specifically after a symptom. And one's not better than the other. They're just different ways to the top of the mountain. And there's times to do symptom-oriented approaches. There's times to do system-oriented approaches. There's times to just make the body in a different state or create a different kind of flow. And then there's times where, you know, you might not know what to do. So in the old days and in some of the indigenous practices, they do ceremony. Like, you know, like let's do a healing ceremony. Let's bring in the energy that we know that if anything can do it, that can do it, right? And so this idea of using the sacred blue in this way, and there's other blends and things in the stuff that we do in some of the other classes, but it's that idea. It's like doing that healing ceremony or doing that invocation, like I don't know what to do, please, like I'm asking for help, I'm asking for, you know, some sort of blessing or healing. And so this is what sacred blue kind of taps into. So with that, you know, you'll have your experience and you can kind of assess, but, you know, I wanted to give you an idea of kind of what you're working with here. Okay, so with that, you're going to pull out your mugwort roller ball one more time. And then begin inhaling with your awareness on the armpit. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the armpits. And then your elbows. And your wrists. Your awareness is on your wrists. The palms of your hands. Your hips. Your awareness is on your hips. Your knees. Your ankles. And the soles of your feet. The navel. An inch and a half below your navel. And then just be still. Okay, so pull out the stagnation blend. And your awareness is on your temples. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your temples. Your awareness is on your jaws. And then your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. And then just pause and let go. So now let's pull out the sacred blue. Go ahead and just take a moment and take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then find an area in your body, something that jumps out at you. And inhale the oil with your awareness on that area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. Let's go external. Some situation, active or in the past. Think of it, check in with it, and then begin inhaling. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with the oil. You're thinking of that external situation. And then just be still. Again, check in with the body. Where do you feel it? Mhm. And pause for a moment. How's that treating you so far? So bottle to your chest, chin down. Let's do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And then just be still. Again, bottle to your chest, chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And just be still. Feels nice, yeah. So let's pull out the Ming Men blend. And first, you're just checking in with your body. Let's just clean up whatever you're feeling, and if not, work on one of your areas. So inhale with your awareness on some part of your body. Then move your awareness to the low back area, the backside of the navel. And then be still. Notice how you feel. Think of situations that, you have going on right now or something in the past. How do they feel compared to a little while ago? Yeah,
It seems like the volume is turned down
right,
and there's just like a hush.
right. So somebody here said it feels like the volume got turned down, and then she did this great body movement. She goes, hush. Yeah. I think this part was even more expressive than the word itself. Because I mean that's what it feels. It just feels like a silence or just a nice chill moment or something,
Getting into good hot spring.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
It was very expansive.
Yeah.
I felt like I was expanding.
Yeah.
out, and I feel very hopeful.
Yeah, oh, very good. Somebody said she felt very expansive and then also very hopeful. So the thing that I would say about that, there's different kinds of expansion, right? One type of expansion, you sit with your awareness on your heart and your crown, and then boom, you kind of expand out of your body, right? Oh, feels so good. Like that happens even at night when you sleep and you go into dream time. You expand up and out of your body. Consciousness leaves your physical form and then comes back down, right? The harder expansion is expansion within the form. You're expanding in the body itself. Consciousness is not leaving the body. Consciousness is expanding within the body. And so this is tied to oneness practices, like your body is filling with light. And it's a little bit harder to do, right? But when it happens, you could say the effects, like you can feel the effects like longer. Like, it can accelerate the healing process, but like you'll notice like I have a lot more peace for a longer period of time where, don't get me wrong, I love the expansion of going up and out of the body. Who doesn't love a little vacation for a little bit and then you come back down because you feel better, right? You feel better emotionally, mentally, physically, you feel more upbeat. When you have expansion in the form, it feels like you have those effects, but like one meditation feels like 10 of those other ones. You know what I mean? It's like I can meditate, and I don't even feel like I need to meditate for like maybe a week or something, where the other one is like every day, I got to do it every day, every day, every day. And it's not that you should do one over the other, but when you have expansion in the form, it's quieting to the mind and emotions because you're changing your body. Your body, think of it like this. When you sit for meditation, when you expand out of the body, you're calming the body, right? You sit in meditation posture, you're doing all the things that you're doing. And by calming the body, it allows for greater emotional activity, right? So in the physical stillness, the seed for greater emotional activity is there, right? And the heart becomes activated and the emotions become very still. So in the emotional stillness, a seed for greater mental activity is there. And then the mind becomes a bit more organized, a bit more regulated, and there's mental stillness. So the seed for greater spiritual activity is there. Just like your lungs, when you inhale, the seed for exhalation is there. You don't have to make it happen. It just happens, right? You engage the process. So by making the physical body still, you start to have greater emotional activity. And then with the greater activation of the heart, all of a sudden, the emotions feel kind of calm, right? And then you go, oh. And then the mind becomes clearer, becomes sharper. And then when the mind becomes clearer and sharper, you're like, my mind's very quiet, it's very peaceful. And then you start having greater spiritual activities, right? So to engage this process, you sit, you move the body around, you sit in your place, and you're like, okay, I'm not moving my legs, I'm not moving my arms, I'm sitting really still. Boom, it starts to happen. You've created the seed for greater emotional activity. With the expansion within the form, with the expansion in the body, you're calming the body to a much higher degree. You're calming down agitation. You're calming down unnecessary overactivity, hyperreactivity in the body. You keep calming down the instinctive responses. You keep calming down the nervous system. You keep refining the nervous system. So what happens is you keep going into deeper and deeper physical stillness, which means a greater seed of emotional activity is there as a potential, right? So you keep going deeper and deeper into physical stillness, and then the heart can activate to a much higher degree. So that's why when you do the first kind of meditation, oh, it feels good. It feels really good, right? And then you do the oneness where you have expansion in the form, and it's like, I felt like I meditated for like 10 days, or, it feels like I don't need to meditate every day because it sticks with me. It's like it sticks to the bones, like a good heavy meal. It sticks with you versus like eating a salad. It's like salads are good, but So it's the same idea with the meditation. You keep creating stillness in the body so that greater level of emotional activity can happen. Because you don't need to make it happen. You just need to keep planting the right seed, right? And so this idea of expanding in the form, like somebody was sharing, is you're planting the seed for a greater emotional experience at some point. The heart will become more activated, and then it will calm down, and then there'll be a greater seed for mental activity, right? So then when you go back to that original meditation where you expand out of your body, it's an even bigger expansion, right? So they kind of play off each other. So it's not like you're trying to do one or the other. You're kind of doing them both, but they'll keep augmenting each other. So they'll keep intensifying the process. So by doing processes like this, it helps. And so, we kind of have covered the class, but let's do something a little extra. We have a little tiny bit of time. And so
What's in this one?
Sacred Blue, it's pretty fancy. Let's see.
It smells really familiar.
Yeah, it's tuberose is probably what it's either tuberose, it's gurjun balsam. It's a kind of balsam that gets used in India. And then blue lotus. So the tuberose and the blue lotus, they'll send you out there. They'll really send you out there. And then myrrh. The original used to have saffron, but saffron right now currently is not being distilled anywhere. So I have a little tiny bit, but I don't have enough to keep making it over and over again. So we modified it with the myrrh.
Can I ask a question about?
Sure,
the
sure.
Quaker Blue?
Mhm.
So, I just want to understand its usage.
Mhm.
So I have, it comes to mind because a friend has, well, she's working through grief. Her son was killed last year, so it
Oh.
kind of. Sorry.
Yeah,
It's like,
sorry.
listen.
Yeah.
And she's doing really well. She's back at work. You know, she's doing the do. But, wanted something for her.
So it could work for that. So somebody's son was killed, and so the family member was having a hard time. And it's been about a year, you said?
It's been about a year.
About a year.
So it's sort of like, it's like she's like, it's like putting life back together.
Yeah,
after,
sure,
like,
sure. Yeah.
things.
Sacred Blue could be helpful. Definitely could be one of the ones, but a lot of times with like grief and grieving process and such a loss is there's an oil called ginger lily. And it's very similar to lotus, but it is exceptional for dealing with sadness and grief, like just the grieving process. I had a good friend that her son, was working on a car and had a heart attack and passed. And I mean, she was devastated because, he was only like in his 40s or something. And I sent her a bottle of that ginger lily and she said, it's not okay that he passed, but she goes, I'm okay with it now. And it was like a very short time afterwards. And, they were very close, but the ginger lily will work wonders for sadness and grief. Like it's very transmuting, like very, very transmuting. And so that would be the thing. And, you don't have to even get like a big bottle of it. You can get just a little tiny bottle. She can just smell it all the time. It doesn't have to be something wide or anything. She could just sit and doesn't even have to follow a pattern. I mean, we'll provide you with a pattern, but if she just sits and smells it, she'll feel better. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that too, by the way. That's always sad. Yeah.
He was shot and killed.
Ugh.
and,
Yeah.
It's what so many people are dealing with.
Yeah. So in that we kind of talked about this yesterday about how like you have your spiritual experience or your meditation experience or healing experience or just your good day at home, whatever it is, and you're like, oh, this feels so good, this feels so expansive, this feels like I feel the light, whatever, and then you go to Costco or you go to and it's like where did it all go, right? And so part of what we want to do, not because everybody there is being hostile and nasty, but just it's just everyday stuff, everyday people, and we're in this like kind of sacred space or this inner space, and we want to be able to go outward and not lose what we've made contact with by going inward, right? It's more about that. So these protective ideas are not necessarily to try to keep out people giving you the stink eye and everything. It's just, how do I hold on to my inner experiences when I go outward, right? And so there's an inherent quality or ability of the energy body to be protective to a certain extent. And then there's practices like doing things with, like in the Buddhist tradition, we do like things with the Dharma protectors to help, firm up the field, but also make it easier for us to go out into the world, right? And in different traditions, they do things where they talk about certain kinds of protection, right? Like in the Buddhist tradition, I don't know if any of you see it, but like sometimes I wear this like funky little like beaded thing. It's like it's an apron with a like a chest piece, right? And then there's pieces for the arm, and then there's like a little belt, and then there's a like a hat. And it's all about fortifying the energy body so that the light can expand outside the inner and expand out into the outer world, right? In the Christian tradition, they refer to this in the Bible as the armor of the Lord, right? And so, you know, if you grew up in the Christian tradition, you would hear sometimes stories of this, but you know, there's like these boots and a belt and a, you know, a breastplate and, you know, a helmet and all these things. And in a way, it's a metaphorical expression of how to fortify the energy body. You know, like a couple of weeks ago, we did a class, you know, I talked about how we talked about a negative person in our family. I refer to it as an Uncle Bob because I don't want to call that person in my family by name. So, so there's a class that we did a couple of weeks ago. That's a free class, by the way. Uncle Bob 2, what was it? Uncle Bob 2 or something? Yeah. And there's ways of fortifying and almost like causing like multi-layer shielding in your energy body for the same idea. Like, so if you want to go and look at that, it's in that class. Like, it's a free class, you download it, it's good to go. But like another level of that, you know, there are physical things that you can wear. But, you know, me walking around in my apron and thing at Costco, if I thought I was getting a stink eye before, right? So not very practical. But you can utilize that same idea and fortify the energy body so that the energy body is a little firmer, you know, not in an aggressive way, but it allows for an expansion. And when negativity is, it's not really directed at you. You're just like in like a radiatory field. Like, you know, you ever walk into an office and you feel fine, everybody's in there stressed, and in 15 minutes, you're like, I'm stressed out. Like, I have nothing going on, and I'm feeling stressed, right? It's because you're swimming in the stress of everybody else. They're not all looking at you going, ugh. You're just swimming in everybody's stress, and it's eventually going to impact you, right? So this is a little trick that you can use to diminish that effect. And we actually covered this, and again, another free class that we did in September, and it was the immunity. What was it? The colored, was it colored energies and immunity, or what did we call that one? It was in September. So there's another free class. We'll post it or something, but I'm going to run you through it. And basically, you use the colored energies on specific spots of your body to like fortify up your energy field. And coincidentally, you have all the oils that you need in your kit, right? So right off the bat, I'm going to kind of guide you through. We're going to just do this little short process. And remember, Wednesday night, right? Wednesday night, we have a study group, a free study group for this class. So if you have questions that arise afterwards, or if you want to share experiences, we'll cover that. And then, you know, it's usually we do about an hour, and we'll do like a little protocol. So unless you guys have something, we might even do this again. But what we'll do is we'll maybe cut this out of today, and we'll make this little practice available to you, so you can just do a little 15-minute thing where you just push the button, do it with your oils, and you're good to go. Okay. So the very first thing you're going to pull out is the green healer. What's it?
It's a big one.
Yeah, it's one of the big ones. Yeah. And so first off, just notice how you feel. Like, you know, you've done the class. Hopefully you feel pretty good and everything feels pretty calm. But let's see how you feel before and after, right? Okay, so green healer, begin inhaling it. Your awareness is just on your feet. Your awareness is on your feet. So you're inhaling your whole foot, the top, the sides, the bottom, the heel. Your awareness is on the feet. Okay, now let go of the feet. And now you're going to do the whole legs, like from your hips all the way down to the bottom of your foot on both legs. You're inhaling with your awareness on your legs.
Still green.
Still green. Yep, still green. Awareness is on your whole legs, the front, the back, the sides. Okay, now let the legs go and just notice how you kind of feel. Feels kind of good, yeah. Now you're doing your arms. So from the armpits down to your fingertips, your awareness is on your arms. Okay, let that go for a moment. How are you starting to feel? Like you felt good at the end of the session, but you notice like something's happening, right? So now pull out your orange healer. Also, yeah, also a big bottle, a 5 ml bottle. And now you're going to do your pelvis all the way up to your belly button. So like your whole pelvic area, the backside of your hips, your butt, like all the way up to your navel on the front, and the backside up to your navel as well. So you're doing your pelvis, low back, low abdomen all at once. So you're taking long, slow, deep breaths with the orange, with your awareness on the pelvis, your hips, your lower abdomen, and your low back, all the way up to the navel. You're still taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, and let that go. Now pull out your blue, the blue healer. Your awareness is on the abdomen. So from the bottom of your ribs all the way down to your navel, your awareness is there as you inhale the blue healer.
That again, please.
From the bottom of your ribs down to your navel, you're inhaling the blue healer. Just the abdomen.
But
Yeah.
the front and back.
No, just the front. Yeah,
Right.
just the front. Yeah. Yeah, just the front side. Okay, and then let that go. Notice how you're starting to feel. You're like, where's my Costco card? I'm gonna go to Costco after this class. Right, right. Right. So now pull out your gold healer. So here at first, you're going to do the chest, like the whole chest, not just the chakra, like your whole, like from the bottom of your ribs all the way up to your collarbone. You're just covering your whole chest area.
Just the front.
Just the front for right now. We'll do the back separately.
So it's going on over the.
Blue is just from here down.
Oh, okay.
Gold is from here up.
Oh, okay. To the shoulders.
Yeah, to the like the collarbones. Just to about like here. Now, let the inhalation go for a moment. You're going to use that same oil, the gold healer, but now you're going to do the sides of your ribs. So like from the armpit all the way down to about the top of the hip bones. Like you're just doing the whole sides of your torso, right? So armpit down on both sides. So long, slow, deep breaths. Nice. Okay, let that go. Now you're going to use the same oil, but now you're going to do your upper back and your mid back. So all across your upper back and side to side of your middle back. Keep inhaling on your upper back and mid back. And then just let go for a moment. Now, pull out your violet healer. So here you're doing the tops of your shoulders, like from your neck all the way out to the outside of your shoulder. You're just, you know how like you get your tension up here, you're just covering the whole upper part of your shoulder here. So your awareness is there as you inhale the violet healer. Okay, let the inhalation go for a moment. Now we're going to focus on the throat. The throat, the sides of the neck, and the back of your neck. So your neck all the way around. Front, sides, and back, still utilizing the Violet Healer. Okay, let that go. Now, pull out your sacred blue. Your awareness is on your head, the sides of your head, your face, your jaws, the back of your head, the top of your head, the whole head. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with the sacred blue. Take a few more long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your head. Now, notice how you feel. Make you feel calm, aware, alert. Like if somebody said, "What are you thinking?" You could go, "Nothing." But if you had to get up and do something, you also could get up and do something, right? So a lot of times we stop here, but there is one little extra trick. So pull out the red healer.
We forget the lower back or?
No, we did it when we did the orange. We did like the front side and then the back side up to the navel.
Okay, what's the space down?
Yeah, that's okay. With everything that you've done today, that's. Okay, so you're gonna take the red healer, you're gonna take your left finger, you're gonna close your left nostril and just take a long, slow, deep breath with the right nostril with the red healer. So you're inhaling your right nostril. And then exhale, and then do it a couple more times. Now switch sides. So you take your right finger, close your right nostril, long, slow, deep breaths in through the left nostril. And then just take a breath or two through both nostrils just to balance it out. And then stick your bottle down and just be still, keep your eyes closed and just notice what happens. Let it incubate for a moment. Now, let's just do an experiment. I should have had you maybe do this before, but like rub your hands together, kind of activate your palms a little bit. And just kind of feel energy between your hands for just a minute, just to kind of sensitize. Keep your hands really soft. Okay, now gently push outward. Notice it feels like there's something there. You know why? There's something there.
And it's
Right?
close by. Yeah.
Right? There's something there. So let's just talk out what just happened, right? Because, you know, like I said, in March, we're going to do a 2.0 of this class. You guys have already had it. So you use your same kit. It'll be free for reviews. So, but we're going to talk about like some protocols and things. We've done the mechanics. We've taught this 3 times. There's a lot more information that can happen with this. We could do a different class, but we might as well just do a continuation of this class, right? So remember when we were talking about violet and I said, like, you know, it's very calming and clearing to the mind, right? So when you used violet here, it was on the shoulders, but it was on your throat, right? So if there's negative projections or radiatory energy, it's going to hit the mind here. This is the lower mind, right? Then remember when we were talking about the blue, I said it feels much more calming to the emotional body than it does to the mind. Just so happens we covered the solar plexus, right? Then we talked about orange, about how protective it keeps out just other people's thoughts and other people's projections. So by doing the pelvis, right, in the low back, you're keeping out like things that would trigger your instinctive responses, right? In when we talk about the 3 brains, the mind or the brain is the first aspect. The solar plexus is the second brain. The third brain is the sex chakra, which is the seat of instinct, like your instinctive responses, like that in the navel. So in 3 brains, it's the lowest part of the emotional body in Kabbalistic teachings. So it's how we interact with the physical world. So like when you get triggered, part of how you get triggered is first the sex chakra gets triggered, not because of something sexual. It's just like how you're reacting to the environment. And then it triggers the Ming Men, right? It triggers the adrenals. So you go into whatever kind of instinctual response that you have. By putting orange there, you're keeping out all the little triggers from the environment that doesn't put you in that place of reactivity, right? Then the gold, you're protecting the heart, you're protecting the sides, but you're also protecting the thoracic part of your spine, right? And in mystical practices, this is the most important part of your spine, right? Remember how I said when you're interacting with people, you're receiving information and you're projecting information. Most of that is in your thoracic spine. You've just protected it, right? Then all the conditioning, all the elementals, all that kind of stuff, the place that it really accumulates the most, the noggin, right? Remember when we were doing the stagnation, temples, jaw, brain, we were trying to unwind that. Here, now you're protecting it, right? You're protecting it, you're flushing some things out, but things that are in the environment, whatever, you're in a negative situation where you might absorb something, you're still protecting your brain and how it would impact your nervous system, right? The red, the last little piece where you do the red, oh, let me say the green. The green keeps the arms fluid, makes everything keep moving. Like how we did mugwort, we're trying to keep the energy of the arms and legs in motion because that directly impacts the basic chakra. So the green keeps everything fluid and moving, right? Then the red activates the little channels that are the nadis that are associated with the channels. So it opens up the energy body and makes the energy body even stronger. So it's not just like color pranas, you're mechanically making the aura stronger. Kind of interesting, huh?
It felt decongesting the red.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I think I spaced out, but when we inhaled the red, did we first cover the left nostril?
You're inhaling through your right nostril and then you're inhaling through your left nostril. But if you get mixed up and you do it in reverse, it's okay.
Okay.
It's
I did
it's
it right,
splitting
but I
hairs.
wrong.
Like it's okay. But you're splitting hairs. So if you do it wrong, don't go, do I need to redo it? No, but it's just you're activating one thing and then you're activating another thing based on
After this whole process, it just felt like my body was disappearing.
right. Yeah, you just feel like this like ball of energy, yeah.
I felt like
Yeah.
I was flying.
Yeah.
Me and somebody else.
Yeah, say fine. Yeah. So think about like, what if you did this and then you sat down for meditation? Like, you're going to take off because you're not being influenced. You know how like I want everything quiet. I want the lights dimmed down. I want, the curtains drawn and everything. Energetically, you're doing that times 10. Like you're just making quiet space. Right. And now if you've meditated and you go, but I do have to go to Costco. You go walk around Costco and it's just like, it's just.
How many times would you expect to go to Costco before you redo it?
Yeah, that's a good question. Depends. He said, like, how many times would you have to go to Costco before you have to redo anything? Depends if there was a sale or not. If there's a sale, no, I don't know. I would say you don't necessarily have to do this practice every day, but I would do it like maybe a couple of times a week. You know what? You could do it in about 15 minutes and it just keeps the energy body firm. It also improves your immunity. Like by going through and doing this, it also improves immunity. So it has an emotional impact, a mental impact, a spiritual impact, and a physical impact, calms down all the agitation, helps shift from intellect to intuition, right? It helps you to be more intuitive and have more of that active clairvoyance that we talk about in three brains. And yeah. So on that note, next weekend is a free class where we do a deep dive on active clairvoyance and three brains. So there's a list of oils for you to make sure that you have like a choice from each line or something, but it's a free class and we're doing a deep dive on it.
Okay, so this, what we just did,
Mhm.
feels like we put shields up.
Yeah.
Very specific.
Pretty much.
Okay, so in other practices, like, we've been taught to create shields.
Sure.
And,
So I've heard that having a shield on all the time, at some point can make you very vulnerable to, you know, if you don't have the shield on.
This actually
Like
isn't
any
building,
downsides to
right?
this?
No, so she's asking like the difference between doing this and like, say, building an energetic shield. This is increasing the innate ability of the aura to protect itself. So like you're basically just kind of firming up your energy body so that things don't come in. You could still make shields and put it around, and that could enhance it as well. But this isn't something that you're putting in that will dissipate. This just firms everything up.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Interesting, huh? Yeah. So questions or shares or unmute, type in. How did you like it? You're like, I think we lost Samantha. She's just like.
Teresa. I can't even go there. I just can't even go there. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Did you say Teresa?
Hey,
Hey, I couldn't hear Samantha, so, amazing. And one question just for fine tuning. I feel like there is a big release coming out of my joints, specifically like my hands and the bones.
Mhm.
Any recommendation on how I can like help expel whatever's coming out tonight in a salt
do
bath?
more of the green healer. Do more of the green healer.
Okay, more of the green healer. Yeah, I felt that shift a lot.
Yeah.
And actually the red was pretty interesting too. So would you just do a salt bath with green healer then?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. That we, I mean, you could do violet too, but like green will just keep everything moving.
Yeah, no, we need it to move right on out.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll
Yeah,
pop
yeah.
violet healer on my head.
And
And then
this should be helpful for your work stuff, but too, by the way.
the green healer.
No, this whole process we just did.
Yeah, absolutely. I was looking at my notes to do the Uncle Bob 2 version. But I'm excited that you said we're going to get a snip of this as a like a little video that we could do in the morning would be great.
And so because you know, in the Uncle Bob class, for the ones that didn't take it, we did do like this, again, fortifying the aura, but like on a physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual level, like how you would build shields, but it's still fortifying the aura. You're not physically building a shield. You're just fortifying those aspects. You could do both of these things together.
Okay,
You could do those the 4-dimensional shield.
Yep.
And this. Yeah.
Okay.
Do the
great.
do the Uncle Bob shields first, and
Okay.
then do this.
All right,
Yeah.
that's cool. Wow, I just forgot the question I was going to ask. But it just came back to me. It's more of a comment. When we did the red healer, I could feel it fortify the meninges around my spine. It was very cool.
Oh yeah, nice.
I haven't, yeah. Yeah, you can tell I'm a little zoned out. My articulation's
Yeah.
gone down. So thank you very much. This is a fantastic
It's
class.
Thank you.
And go ahead, Dan.
Hey Dan.
Hey, wow, that was something. There was, I mean, just feeling that. I mean, that was like, yeah, that's a really good. That was something else. But I wanted to say too, during the Sacred Blue, I went into a really interesting space. I had to write it down because I didn't want to forget it. There's real interplay with consciousness. I mean, real realization of consciousness.
Yeah.
I was just kind of in a sea of consciousnesses, if you will. So I kind of was really much in that place where I was in like an observer role, just watching myself and my thoughts and just going through the whole motions of, you know, the materialization breath. I mean, I was able to stay there and kind of observe myself through this and watch thoughts come up and stuff like that. So that was really a kind of a,
Oh, tremendous.
yeah, quite a place to be. So, and actually I was able to hold on to that for a while. So I look forward to kind of going back and into that space while I'm still kind of present, if you will, kind of thing. That makes sense?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah. So,
So work the sacred blue when you start, before you play with your dorje.
I beg your pardon?
You work the sacred blue like how we did in the class today before you do the stuff dorje.
Oh, okay, great, great.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, I shall, I look forward to that. There was a, I was using it yesterday in class, kind of with the, while inhaling. Is that good?
Huh?
Or, yeah,
Yeah, sure. Just don't make sure you don't get congested, but yeah, it should be fine.
okay. Because I felt like
Yeah.
before and after was like, it felt like this, and then with it was like that kind of thing. It definitely
Yeah,
felt
yeah, yeah.
a bigger piece to it. And one more note I
Yeah.
wanted to do is when working with
Mhm.
the gold and the lung, you brought up the lung when we were working with the gold healer. When we
Mhm,
first did
mhm.
it, it like was feeling like the essence of the lung was about this big, and then after the mugwort protocol, it was
Mhm.
like that kind of thing. It was really
Wow.
just amplified it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, super amplified. Yeah.
super. Yeah, great. Wow. Thanks again. Thanks again, man. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome, Dan.
Question, from the process we just did.
Hmm?
Does the blue include internal organs? So when we're doing the ribs down?
Right. So if you do the organs, it's okay, but it's really more about the muscle and the fascia. So you just kind of stay on that superficial level. You don't have to go deep into the organs. If you do, it's okay. It doesn't take anything away. It's just not necessary. I played with them both. I couldn't tell the difference. So why do extra effort? You know?
And go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Shoot, I can't remember what I was gonna say. Oh, for the what is there? What is the difference between the sacred blue and the electric violet?
It's just a different vibration of energy. Yeah. Yeah.
Does it? I mean, does it do similar things or?
I mean, they both are electric in nature or, brilliant white, but they do have some different properties. Like you wouldn't necessarily use, like the blue would be more like invoking like a blessing or a miracle, where the electric violet, you get in and do a little bit more mechanical things, if that makes sense.
You mean physical things or mechanical
Physical or psychological. Yeah, physical or psychological.
for electric violet?
Mhm.
Okay.
This was someone's experience after Sacred Blue, like being bathed in the nectar of divine intelligence from the inside out, like dust in the wind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Amazing class. Thank you so much. Another question in a previous class, Greg mentioned inhaling stagnation on the spine.
Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
What would this do?
It cleans up the spine. Yeah. It didn't really play a role in what we were doing today, so it didn't get included, but you could use stagnation in a lot of different ways. Yeah. So. And you guys, do you have any questions or yes?
When you were talking about gold, you had mentioned that it was great to work with autoimmune
Mhm.
issues. Can you go a little bit further into that? Because MS is an autoimmune.
Sure.
So I was just wondering. how that
So
incorporated-
like most, so she's asking about gold with autoimmune issues. Anytime you want to start tackling the treatment of autoimmune issues, one of the main things that you try to do is regulate the thymus, right? The thymus gland, because the thymus is what will regulate, or when it's not regulated, it's tied to either the immune system not attacking the body or attacking the body, right? So like if the thymus is out of whack, like it gets basically hyperreactive or kind of agitated. So what it starts doing is it goes from, okay, there's viruses and bacterias, and then it's like, okay, and then there's this liver, we got to take care of this liver, it starts attacking organs and, nervous system, it just starts attacking different things, right? So part of helping to regulate an autoimmune issue is one of the goals or the targets is to target regulation of the thymus. And the gold has a regulating effect on the thymus. So
Just so I understand, right?
Mhm.
Because I'm sorry, it's a little abstract for me, right? So the thymus gland is what's sending out signals to my immune system to attack my brain cells. And so
yeah,
we're trying to regulate the thymus gland so they back off of my brain.
right.
Okay,
But I mean, a simplified way, yes.
okay,
Yeah,
I just needed some.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Anybody else? Yes.
I just wanted to share, after all of the thing we just did with the armor, as it was happening and all the different colors and the things going on, I felt like the Marvel Universe's next superhero.
Right.
The Mystic. What did you say?
So somebody here was saying that with doing all the armor, she feels like the next Marvel superhero. I think her name is what? Mystic Warrior? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Jenny?
So before we started, well, actually this whole day, I had some back issues.
Mhm.
Slept funny last night, was screwing. When we're doing the colors up until gold, I was completely knocked out. And then this last part, when we got through this section, I can't find the paint anymore.
Oh, good.
I'm a little freaked out because I'm looking for.
Right. So, I mean, one of the, like here, we're talking about like protection and everything, but we've used this to actually treat different conditions. And like one time, Samantha even had like, can't remember, she had like slept wrong or something, and she had kind of hurt her low back. We did healings on it. It was getting better, but it wasn't better. You know what I mean? It was like, it was getting there. We did this process and it just went away. Yeah. Like, and I think we weren't going, oh, we should do this to make your back feel better. We were like, oh, let's do this because we're doing a class or something. And she was like, my back pain went away. Yeah. And so, we started paying attention, and people were having types of healings because of this, because, it's almost like you're isolating from external stimuli, and we don't really realize how much external stimuli can throw the body out of whack. We know our body, but we don't really take into account like, I remember one time being in a storm somewhere, and I was feeling fine, and then all of a sudden I started feeling weird, and I started like, dropping things and bumping into things, and I was like, what is going on? And the storm was just a storm. I went inside, it was no big deal, but it was chaotic energy. My body responded, and so it overactivated the Ming Men. I got a little ungrounded. I started dropping things, and it was because of the weather. Like, it took me a little while to figure that out, but I was like, ugh. So I cleaned it up, and I was like, okay, I feel better. Like a day or two went by, and I was like, I want to do an experiment. So bad weather again. So I went out, same thing happened. And so it's not always even people. Sometimes it's a building or a house or a weather, or who knows. I mean, that's even the idea of feng shui is the external influences on your energy body. And so, yeah. Good for you.
Is it important to do it in the same order?
It's best to do it in the order. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's best to do it. If you do it out of order, it'll still work. It's just not as efficient. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So yes, yes.
When you were talking about red, you talked about using it with dying patients or people.
Oh, you can. Yeah, yeah.
And my thinking is, why would I use red if they were passing?
If they're really super close, you wouldn't, but like, you know, sometimes they might be like a few days out or something like that. And you keep them strong and you keep them like alert so that they can be more cognitive in their transition. And sometimes they have interactions, like there was this one minister one time. You know, it was a place that I used to teach all the time. It was back in the South, and you know, he was getting close to passing, and you know, I told him, you know, I'd had a long time relationship with him, and I said, you know, when he's close, let me know, and I'll do healing to try to ease, you know, make his transition as peaceful as possible. And then I said, and then when he, you know, I'll do the healing, but when he passes, call me. So I would do the healing, and then hour would go by, 2 hours go by, and I'd be like, they said like he was like starting to like lose his breath. And so I'd call and I was like, did he pass? And they're like, no, he ate lunch and he's up playing with the grandkids. And so this went on for like 35 days. Like a couple of days would go by and they were like, he's gonna pass in like the next like couple minutes. And I'd do a healing and I'd go, okay, did he pass? He's like, no, he's out in the yard. And like, you know,
Wow.
and so in that time, you know, it didn't stop him from passing, but he got an extra 30 days with the grandkids.
Wow.
And so, you know, if there was nothing like that going on, you'd say, oh, let him pass. But he was still cognitive and he was still everything. And they said up until the very end, he was like alert until he checked out. And so, you know, it can be used for that. You know, you don't have to, but it's a potential. You know, like I remember like when one of my grandmas passed, she was waiting for everybody to get there. You know what I mean? And so sometimes you're buying an hour or something. And so if you need to do that, like she's still passing, but you know, she gets to see all the grandkids or all the kids or whatever. And so, you know, there's time and a place for stuff like that. Yeah.
What was the
Yeah.
question that the woman asked, Greg, that you just answered all that? What was the question?
Oh, why do you use red in like a patient that's close to passing?
Oh, okay, thanks.
So the difficulty sometimes with somebody's close to passing, projecting energy at them, they don't always absorb. And so like using an oil, they kind of do it from the inside out. Like if you wanted to potentially help someone like leave, you could actually use orange. You wouldn't be pushing them out of their body, but part of what happens for consciousness to extract itself out of the form is the soul starts gathering up orange to like push itself out. And so I don't think I put that in the notes just because I didn't want people to go with it, but like you could do that, you know. Yeah. You're still not forcing them out, but it makes it easier, you know. Yeah. I had a patient one time, a client, and they were talking about like one of their grandparents or something was passing, and they were just like kind of the same thing, but they were really wanting to pass and they just couldn't, like, you know, they were in like a lot of pain and everything. And so they shared this story where they go, they asked the person, you know, are you afraid? And the person's like, no. And, you know, ask them a whole bunch of questions, you know, are you lingering because you have unfinished business? And they're like, no. And somebody you want to say bye to? I'm like, no. And they'll go, well, why are you lingering? And the person went, habit.
Oh.
Like you're just used to, and their body wouldn't let go. And so sometimes that's when the orange light can be gathered and go. Yeah. Yeah. Anybody else? Anybody else there?
Lots of thank yous, awesome class.
Thank you. Thank you. So remember Wednesday night study group and March 9th and 10th, we're gonna do this class, but 2.0. So it will be same oils, different information.
And as far as Wednesday, I send you guys an email.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, emails come from info@plantpranaoils.com. And on Wednesday, I send the Wednesday link. So it's kind of close to the top of your info.
Yeah.
inbox.
That way you don't have to go searching for it and everything. We just send it so you can grab it right at the
And you'll see-
10th, will you be here or back in Iowa?
Iowa. So it'll be on Zoom.
And then you'll start getting our weekly newsletter, which comes out on Mondays. So keep an eye on your inbox for those as well. That way you'll have the access to the links and stuff like that, or Tuesday and the other Wednesday sessions, for instance.
And Tuesdays and Wednesdays are recorded, right?
Mhm.
They're on Zoom.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Tuesday and Wednesdays are recorded. All right, have a great night.
Hey, you guys, take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.